Hello there, good morning and welcome to the MODUS Super Series on the biggest day in the darting year. Yes, tonight is the World Championship final and it will be contested by a 16-year-old sensation who came here on this stage and won 2 entire series. Luke Littler in action at the Ali Pali tonight, taking on Luke Humphries. But this is your kind of champagne breakfast for the big occasion. The MODUS Super Series continues. Group A, just 2 days this week. We're at the halfway stage, and here is a reminder of what happened yesterday. Daryl Pilgrim produced a couple of big finishers, but didn't have the kind of day he's come to expect at the Super Series. Just 1 win for Mr. P on Tuesday. It was the same story for a former champion, Conan Whitehead, only picking up 2 points and his joint bottom at the halfway stage of the group. 3 players reached 6 points with 3 wins yesterday, and former grand finalist Colin Osborne was one of them. Osborne lost that Series 4 final to a certain Luke Littler. I wonder what became of him. And what will become of Jeroen Caron, a Super Series newbie who managed a hat-trick of successes on debut. He is in the race to win the group. As is December's Lakeside runner-up Chris Landman. The Dutchman 2 points off the top after a decent day's darts. The man to catch is Robert Thornton. The 2-time World Seniors champ earned 4 wins from 5 and is on course for a 10th finals night appearance. Yeah, we've been talking about that new sensation, the teenage talent that's Luke Littler on this stage now and the big stage, but it's Robert Thornton, the seniors sensation, 2-time world champion, that did the damage yesterday. Really good start for him, on course for another finals night.
Good start in terms of points, at top of the table, winning 4 of his games, but statistically, average-wise, was the worst player in the whole field, which just goes to show that sometimes it takes a bit more than just the stats and the numbers and the averages. It comes down to that dogged determination, and you know, he's not a 2-time seniors world champion for nothing. It takes a lot to win those titles, and the major titles that he's won over time, you don't win those by dominating fields. People have chances and opportunities against you, or you're going to have to take out a big shot at the right times. And he was kind of doing that yesterday, but I don't think he'd have left here happy. I think he'd have left here probably content. Yeah,
and he's not without company at the top of the table. As we can see, Chris Landman, Jeroen Caron and Colin Osborne all just within 2 points of Robert Thornton. We're going to get a real fight today, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing with this group, we mentioned it a lot yesterday because it's so important. Just a 2-day group rather than the 3-day means there's jeopardy, but also means you're probably closer to the finishing line than you actually believe you are. Landman and Osborne, I think, are really going to chase him down at the top of the table and give us a real good battle throughout this day.
Super Series legends in Daryl Pilgrim, the player who's produced the best performance on this stage, Conan Whitehead, the first ever winner, pretty much out of it.
And they could come here today and go through the card. Daryl Pilgrim especially. We got to see just a little bit of rustiness yesterday. We see this even into the professional game. When the Masters tournament comes on, after they've had that sort of 6-week break from where we are now to when people are back playing their darts again. And we sort of do see a few ropey performances at the start of that tournament. And I feel like we got that yesterday, just a little bit of rustiness. There was so much head shaking going on this stage yesterday. No one really found their positive game, but I think today's going to be different. I think today's going to be a step up from what we saw yesterday. And we're going to see the table flip-flop around quite a lot today. There's going to be a lot of movement.
Yeah, there well could be. Well, let's see what the bookies think. This is how they see the outright betting in this group. Thornton having the edge because he's top of the table, and then that chasing pack. They fancy Chris Landman out of those 3 that are chasing him. Would you agree with that?
I would actually be more than happy to take on Robert Thornton here. I think 13-8 is very skinny. We saw yesterday after game 2 a lot of flexation of the wrist. He looked very discomfort. He was avoiding going for tops at times, which that's a concern for me. I noticed in commentary that he really grew into a shot when he threw at tops, completely overpitched it. I think he was really struggling to reach and was putting too much into it, and then sort of broke down as the day went on. The averages backed that up as well. So I would be happy to take on Robert Thornton. So if you do fancy someone of a Chris Landman or a Colin Osborne or someone else in the field, and you think, well, today could be a day to get stuck into that.
And you did just say Whitehead and particularly Pilgrim capable of going through the card. They're still there, 18-1, Daryl Pilgrim. If he does that, he's taking points off other people. It's Thornton that he really need not to win the vast majority of his games, but the others are only on 6 points. It wouldn't take them that if they win 3 games, that's level on points. If he did do that, just still think there is an outside chance.
There's always a chance with Darryl Pilgrim. We've seen what he's done on this stage, 122 average, and he's done some very scary things on here. He'll be mightily disappointed with how it went yesterday. But one thing that everybody in that practice room is going to be aware of is how good Darryl Pilgrim is. And you'll have that little bit of fear factor as well. And if he comes on here and starts playing well in game 1, people will stand to attention and go, he's on it today. And it could cause problems in the psychology department as well.
Right, are you on the bet builder today? This is a compilation of the most popular bets on the exchanges. This is what people have been going for. It's a treble that pays just over 4-1, and it's over 2.5180 in the match between Whitehead and Landman. Thornton Landman to go long in terms of legs in that match, and a high checkout there for Darryl Pilgrim against Robert Thornton. He did have a 164 and a 170 yesterday.
Yeah, I really like leg number 2 there, the match over 5.5 legs. I think you could go on pretty much most of the games today on that over 5.5 legs. And I think if you did it in all the matches, I think you're probably going to end up with a profit because this is a really tightly compacted group. I don't see many games going 4-0, 4-1. We didn't get many of them yesterday. I think that's going to continue with the theme today. With that in mind as well, expect to see a lot of 180s. Got a lot of 180 hitters, and we're going to get lots of opportunities to do so with lots of legs.
How important is this first match going to be? It's going to be the repeat of the last match from yesterday, Robert Thornton and Jeroen Caron. Now, obviously, if Thornton gets a repeat result, he'll start to open up a gap at the top of the table. But if Caron can win it, then he's level on points.
For Thornton, this is vital. He has to win this fixture because when we look at how the day breaks down, yesterday wasn't a rarity. It wasn't something that's just happened once. Robert Thornton comes here, he starts well, and then it sort of tails off as the day goes. He's 56 years old now. There's a lot of extra factors we can talk about in why the performance may dip throughout the day, and certainly as the week goes on. So he's got to get the points early while he's at the peak of his powers. And coming into this, he would have probably looked at Jeroen and thought, well, I'll beat him both times round, looking at the stats when you look ahead. But for Caron, he was mightily impressive yesterday. 6 points was well beyond what the statistics would make us believe he would get. So he really brought it onto this stage, and I'll be really excited to see if he can back that up today with another performance.
Well, let's hear what he thought of it and what he thinks of his chances today himself. Jeroen Caron caught up with Henry Deacon a little earlier this morning.
Jeroen, welcome to the MODUS Super Series. It was some debut for yourself yesterday. How did you feel like you played out there?
I think I played very well. I didn't expect because debuted for cameras. I had a lot of nerves, but on stage, feeling pretty well. And just saying to myself, just keep the dart straight and we'll see. And take your chance.
Did you feel like you relaxed, though, once you got on the stage? Because you played some really, really good stuff at the beginning of the day.
I was relaxed. In the practice room, I was nervous, but when I came up, it fell off. And, I was happy.
What was your goals at the beginning of the week here?
To win the match. Very tough group, quality players, many respect for the players. So I played the players before at the Challenge Tour. It was my first year. Also, it's a learning school. That's why I played the ADC qualification, and on first day got ticket.
As you say, you played that ADC European qualifier. You are first European qualifier here at the Super Series. Just talk us through that particular tournament.
The tournament itself was very good organized from John Locken. I played for one ticket. I hoped for one ticket. I got two. And at first day I winning the tournament. The second tournament winning. The first tournament was also good, but lost on the decider in the quarters. But here we are.
Here we are, and you're playing some great stuff. Jeroen, we wish you all the very best for this week.
Thank you.
Perfect.
So the first of 15 fixtures today at the Super Series could well determine the direction the day will go. If Robert Thornton wins this match, he starts to pull clear, and Jeroen Caron has a big mountain to climb, as would the rest of the chasing pack. But if Caron can clinch a revenge win here against Thornton, then it's game on for everybody in this group. describing every twist and turn today in commentary. It's Matthew Edgar alongside Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. Very good morning, everybody. And on a day where a 16-year-old sensation has taken the limelight of a nation, perhaps it's appropriate here at the Super Series that we kickstart the day with the World Seniors Champion, Robert Thornton, who is top of the pile here at the Super Series. He takes on the man who, had to be said, was a surprise package on day one in Jeroen Caron, the Belgian qualifier who won through the European qualifying school.
Game on.
There was plenty of school for thought for him yesterday. Jack Garrett is our referee for all of the action on day two. And I'm happy to say, alongside me in comms, it's a very good morning to Matthew Edgar. Happy World Final Day, Matt.
85.
Morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Super Series. Kicking off with a man top of the table. And he could be kicking off with a maximum. We said he's got to hit the ground running. He needs to try and get these early points on the board when the performance is traditionally the highest for Robert Thornton. And that was certainly supported yesterday.
57.
In this fixture number one, a 96.85 average. And then following that, never got in the 90s again. In fact, he had 2 games
48.
in the 70s.
Well, this is the strangest thing about this group is Robert Thornton is the leader of the group and could build up a lead in the group, but in terms of the stats, 79. He had the lowest average of all 6 players yesterday at 84.13. In fact, these two had the lowest 2 averages of the day yesterday. Caron himself, 84.97. But the Belgian, when it mattered, found something, didn't he?
I mean, it's not just numbers that we look at here.
100.
It's what those numbers
Robert,
mean.
you require 133.
Now, Robert Thornton, with that 84 average, would have left here disappointed, thinking his game's not where it should
59.
be. Jeroen Caron hitting that 84 average would have left here thinking, that was a good performance. I played well there, because that's well above his seasonal stats of 78. So
55.
Although they both
Robert,
averaged in the 84s,
74.
one will be mightily disappointed with it, where one's going to feel positivity.
58. Jeroen,
You know
you
what
require
positivity breeds?
125.
Breeds more positivity.
Caron looking for the 25 there with the first start. So Thornton is going to come back for double 8, having spurned a couple of double 16 to pick off this first leg on 49. The Caron darts.
Robert, you require 16. Game shot on the
no
first
mistake
leg.
that time.
Robert
16
Thornton.
darts to the kickstart the day for Robert Thornton. He leads the Belgian qualifier by a leg to 0.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Mentioned Robert Thornton, the 2-time reigning World Seniors Champion, won that title at the Circus Tavern last February when he got the better
60.
of Richie Howson in the final. He's the only name on that particular trophy, and he'll be hoping to keep that fact intact when we head back to Perth Leeds in a few weeks' time.
100.
I mean, I could be really picky on that and say he's not the only name on the trophy, because they've got all this, the other names on, haven't they? They've got people like Andy Fordham on the trophy, like the world champions that are no longer with us, as their names on the trophy as well. If I was going to be really picky, which I am obviously going to be, it's 9:30 on Tuesday.
60.
Wednesday, if we're going to be picky.
And it's also 9:43. So let's keep picking.
Well, Thornton could have picked out another
80.
treble there. That spat out of the board, the first bounce out of the day.
Lovely trophy, that
100.
Seniors World Championship trophy. One of the very best in darts.
Horatio, I think, probably the best trophy in world darts.
60.
At the moment, it's covered in Robert Thornton fingerprints.
Best trophy. Tell you about the MC, isn't it?
40.
Back at the Circus Tavern. In the middle of February, dartshot.tv. You can get your tickets
41.
for that. But this is a bit of a push for Caron.
177
set up to leave double 12, and Thornton here needs to find a couple of trebles. Otherwise, the break that he accrued in the opening leg could be absconded
60.
in the second.
Jeroen, you require 24.
Double 12. A level game. This was quite a strong point yesterday for Jeroen. He was very good in the early part of the day on the outer ring.
Robert, you require 155.
All his opportunities, but not taking this one, but he's going to get more. Robert Thornton looking sloppy already.
79.
Despite opening this match with a
Jeroen, you require
180, he's finding
24.
himself averaging in the mid-70s.
As Matt said, tops and 12s were Caron's wheelhouse on day one. Both of them have kissed the wire, and the
12.
third one goes the other side.
Robert, you require
And so
76.
Thornton is presented with an opportunity to back the break up in the previous leg with a holder throw here to move 2-0 to the good. And to
Game
put
shot on the
himself in
second
cruise
leg,
control of the
Robert
match, he
Thornton.
waves his hands up in the air by way of apology. He'd be more relieved than anything else to pick that
Third
leg
leg,
up.
it's Jeroen to
Something
throw
around
first.
here we like to refer to as the
Game
Chris
on.
Mason. The sorry I won a leg.
Now, I've spoken to Chris on this particular
60.
topic, and he's very hastened to say it was not a hand of apology. He said it was a hand of respect.
85.
I mean, it's quite different to the Simon Adams, who we saw here just before Christmas, who shows his sign of respect after winning every single
45.
leg by looking into the palm of his hands. A very religious man.
Yeah, what a character Simon Adams was. Hopefully we get to see him back in the
100.
Super Series, because he was great value, and he played some really good stuff as well.
$85.
That's the beautiful auditorium here at the MODUS Live Lounge in Portsmouth. A venue which sees some of the greats of the
60.
sport go toe-to-toe, but also a place where the stars of the future will ply their trade. Luke Littler and Scott Williams as well being two examples of that. Then you look at the conveyor belt that we could see of players that played
133.
here. They could go on and pick up a tour card. The likes of, I think, Can Crabtree will have a good chance. Owen Bates has definitely got one. Bay Van Peer will flash a QR code up in the next leg
41.
as to how you can be here and where you can have a bird's eye view of some of these stars in action. And you never know, you might get a selfie with some stars of the sport and some selfies which in the future may well be
58.
very much worth every single penny.
$100. Jeroen, you require 120.
Tops.
80.
Tend to find if you
Robert,
missed
you
a couple,
require
you do like those sort of
115.
combination shots, but it's now 7 darts missed for Jeroen Caron. Robert Thornton punished him with the 76 last time, and he
Game shot on
punishes
the
him
third
again
leg,
with
Robert
another biggie.
Thornton.
Robert Thornton dishing out the lessons here at the Super
Fourth
Series.
leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
And an interesting quirk of fate. Jeroen Caron had a dart yesterday to beat Robert Thornton. He miscounted. He didn't win another leg in that match. He
97.
hasn't won a leg here. Could that be the changing of this group potentially? Now,
85.
as I said, this QR code sends you to a website called dartshop.tv, and you can be here on a Saturday night for the finals of the
60.
MODUS Super Series. We are based at the MODUS Live Lounge in Portsmouth, Hampshire, on the south coast of England. Venue holds around about 100 people on
47.
a Saturday evening. So, if you do fancy it, it's a couple of quid booking fee. For
58.
Top Night of Arrows and the Champions Week, well, they do sell quite quickly. The date for that this time round is February the 17th. If you fancy being here for one of our Champions Week Champions Nights. And
78.
just to give it that extra little sell, Matt, we're not just saying it because we're sat here. It genuinely is an intriguing night on a Saturday night here at the Super Series.
134.
Fast and furious. You get to really feel the panic amongst the players on the night, the jeopardy there. Do enjoy a Saturday night here at the Super Series.
Robert, you require 152.
Robert Thornton doesn't. He's been there many times, yet to win one. He'll be hoping to book another ticket to finals night via Group A. Could go 4 points clear if he can convert these last 36
Jeroen, you require
points.
158.
First task, he's hoping that Jeroen doesn't go out on the 158. It's a long way off. Thornton will return for the points.
58. Robert, you
Double
require
18
36.
to put him onto 10 points and to
match,
put himself in
Robert
front
Thornton.
and give himself a cushion at the top of the table. 4 points is now the lead for Robert Thornton back in Group A as he gets the better of Jeroen Caron by 4 legs to nil. He just managed to find a kick towards the line. It was a slow and tepid start, but that 115 really did kick the fawn into life and kick the can as far as Caron was concerned. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, Daryl Pilgrim takes on Colin Osborne.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Daryl Pilgrim and Colin Osborne are about to go head-to-head. Now, Pilgrim, despite a couple of whopping checkouts yesterday, only managed to pick up 1 win, uncharacteristic for him, maybe his worst ever darting day here at the Super Series, while Colin Osborne, he's firmly in the mix, having won 3 of his 5 matches, but is now 4 points adrift of Robert Thornton after that thumping 4-0 victory for the Thorn in Game 1. Who will win Game 2? Let's see, with Henry and Matthew.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And Colin Osborne lost MODUS Super Series Champions Week final to Luke Littler back in August of 2023. And you feel like there was an opportunity missed because he actually caught Luke Littler on a bit of an off day. I remember speaking to Chris Mason following that final. He said, I would have minded playing Luke Littler, averaging 85 for 20 grand. Well, the grand finalist is hoping to go one step better in Series 6. And Darryl Pilgrim, who for 1 week really was the Grandmaster, wasn't he? Hit him 2 of the highest averages in the competition's history, hitting a 9 darter, and well, hitting ton plus checkouts galore when he won week 2 of Series 5. But it wasn't to be for him yesterday. It was the doubling that really
58.
let him down at times. His overall statistics, 12 from 47. Bottom of the pile. It's going to be about for him today, trying to claw a place in Group B.
121.
Pilgrim has the potential. He's got the game to race through the gears and
42.
go through this card, but it's what is the impact of yesterday on Pilgrim in between the ears? We see already a little bit frustrated at the back of the stage. He's ghost throwing and flexing away. He's
55.
been tight in the shoulders all the way through this experience so far and never really looked settled. Even when he's been having positive outcomes in terms of where the darts are landing, it's never quite really
43.
looked too positive in any of the demeanour or body language here from Pilgrim. And is this maybe a sign of the pressure of this time of year? Because for the non-tour card player,
60.
they're about to go into the 4 biggest days of the year where their whole season and fate will be decided in just a couple of days of darts.
58.
Because we're not going to use the 1-year system. No, we're not going to use that. We're not going to use the Challenge Tour, or we're going to use 4 days.
94.
Do you think the potential of what Luke has done and things that may open up the path for more? We still have a
59.
lot of cars coming from Q School, but maybe they'll open up just a couple of more to other spots.
No, I mean, we've spoken at length
100.
about the possible revamps of systems and how it could be done differently, but it's done the way it is for a purpose or for a reason. And
180.
there's what I mean
Colin, you require
about that
71.
positive darts don't give a positive reaction. He hits the 180 and throws the arms out to the side.
55.
And all of a sudden, he's in with an
Darryl,
opportunity
you
here to
require
hold his throw.
61.
2 darts away. Still 2 darts away. Double 4.
Game shot on the first leg. Darryl Pilgrim.
A raise of the eyes. He gives us the doubles people's eyebrow.
Second leg. It's Colin to throw first. Game on. 41.
Osborne is one of the players that are right in that chasing mix behind Robert Thornton. But for Robert Thornton, this is an ideal situation. There was 3 players starting the day on 6 points, 2 points behind him.
35.
He did the job on one of them, beating Jeroen Caron and giving himself some leg difference with that 4-0 advantage. If Pilgrim goes and beats Osborne, 2 of his chasing players have lost the
100.
opening fixtures. He will then become the #1 subscriber to the Conan Whitehead fan club.
85.
Sorry, you're going to lose your membership past there, Henry, as the #1 subscriber.
Yeah, Whitehead in action up next against Chris Landman, who actually overnight became the
85.
bookmaker's favourite to go on and win the week. He's now the 7-2 favourite to pick up the big prize on Saturday night. Darryl Pilgrim has drifted out from 5-2 to 9-2 overnight to
99.
go on and pick up the jackpot for a 4th time. He'd tie Steve West with the most amount of weekly victories if he was to be successful on Saturday evening. Steve West, the only player to have
45.
qualified for 4 Champions Weeks, and he's done that back to back to back to back.
$98.
Wish Steve well. No, he's just had his operation, that long overdue operation. He is going to play at Champions Week one way or another.
100.
He told me that even if he has to play on crutches, he will not miss out on Champions Week.
wouldn't be the first player to do so either. We've seen a couple of players take to crutches. I remember Adam Smith-Neil took to crutches
140.
at the
Colin, you require 130.
WDF World Championship on the Lakeside stage.
The bullseye.
94.
Does it go? So Pilgrim for the
Daryl,
break.
you require
Yeah, Osborne opted
44.
to set up instead. Double 16 for Pilgrim. Just have to shuffle across the hockey to try and open up the
Shot on
target.
the second leg. Daryl
Opens up the
Pilgrim.
target, goes over the flight. And Pilgrim, who at the back end of that opening
Third
leg
leg,
you
it's
thought
Daryl to
was
throw first. Game
really
on.
struggling, found that maximum, and all of a sudden taking over in this fixture.
180.
Now the positivity starts to come. This will make the players take notice. The players do watch in the practice room, and they will know the danger that Daryl Pilgrim possesses
42.
here in this group. The only worry is that game with Robert Thornton going to come a little too
91.
late for Pilgrim? That will be fixture number 12. Would Thornton already have the job done on Pilgrim by that point?
100.
Huge gap. Even with victory here, Pilgrim finds himself 6 off the pace. Look, if we got a 3-day group pay and this is Tuesday,
140.
we'd still say there's an outside chance, but there's still a chance. But is it a gap too far? And not just that, he's going to have to win games big because of the legs difference.
180.
But he's got an opportunity to put himself
Daryl, you
3-0 to the
require
good here. He's got a
90.
couple of cracks at 90. And because Osborne's laid on 179, went for the 18s to start, and now double 12, nudges the wire.
66.
But from a low base, Pilgrim has picked his average up to around 87. Going through the gears.
137. Daryl, you require 24.
And this is for 3-0.
Game shot on
A
the third
13
leg.
darter for
Pilgrim.
Daryl Pilgrim to put himself a leg away. When he needed to pick up his performance, he has
Fourth leg,
found
it's
a
Colin
way.
to throw first.
And he's a leg away.
Game on.
Osborne with it all to do.
'66.
Stood on stage with Chris Murphy around about 30 minutes ago, and I says, one of the best markets today to get involved with is the over 5.5 legs. I don't expect to see many games go 4-0, 4-1, and we had a 4-0 from Robert Thornton, and we've got a potential 4-0 here as well.
100.
Top tip in there from the Edgar.
Almost as tragically bad as Dozzer's tips.
41.
Well, we'll get to see what Does darts are like tomorrow. He'll be joining us for Group B campaign. So Glenn Durrant will be in action tomorrow night, Friday night from
100.
10 p.m.
Glenn, who's 28-1 to go on and win the week. So
Did you know Glenn was once even money favourite to win Lakeside? Not that he
96.
talks about it often.
I'll leave this for you and Murphy to deal with tomorrow night. Dazza, who's going to be swapping the microphone for the
28.
arrows. For the next couple of days, looking to follow in the footsteps of Chris Mason.
41.
However, if he wins a week before you do realise you'll never ever hear the end of it.
He ain't winning the week.
137.
Even when Osborne thought he might have a bit of breathing space in his leg,
87.
Pilgrim's just
Colin,
keeping
you
him
require
honest.
70.
For 3-1. Just to keep him in the game, double 8.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
He
Colin
forces
Osborne.
Pilgrim to serve it out.
Fifth leg, it's Daryl to throw first. Game on.
Daryl Pilgrim in a game throws probably about
97.
60, 70 darts, but he probably goes through the action and the motion of throwing about 200.
$180.
Maximum for Osborne. That's the fourth 180 of the match. High quality affair. Osborne averaging 92 and change, but he's not getting any change out of this man. But he has taken the throw here in the fifth leg.
$125.
And the thing about this Super Series format, because it's only best of 7, games can change in the blink of an eye.
58.
Suddenly from a position of authority in a few minutes' time, this game might be back on throw.
$100.
When you say statistically the man top of the table was the lowest average of yesterday, just goes to show that averages don't mean everything in this sport.
58. Colin, you require 96.
For the break to bring it back to 3-2. Got the luxury of time.
56.
Pilgrim going through his paces in the background. Osborne paces towards tops after 12. Potential 13 dart. Break of throw could be ensuing
45.
here.
Colin, you require 40.
Stuck with the task. And he is
Shot on the
beginning to
fifth
get
leg,
his
Colin
awards. He's back
Osborne.
to 3-2. He throws to send us all the way.
Sixth leg, it's Colin to throw first.
And if you look at the score in Power
Game on.
Pack, yes, they're level on the 180s. Pilgrim's got 2 more ton 40 pluses. But the sheer amount of ton plus scores that Colin Osborne has in this game is incredible.
80.
11 of them. So effectively, those one treble visits of every single turn pretty much is just forcing the pressure upon Pilgrim.
140.
In this format, you keep submitting tons, you're always going to be in a leg.
$100. $127.
Colin Osborne landing all the jabs. You often find that the ton plus scores are like jabbing away at your opponent. The haymakers are the 140s and the
140.
180s. And, well, he's starting to swing a few of those now as well. Another 140, and we could say he's starting to windmill away at Daryl Pilgrim.
$65. $45. $87. Colin, you require
Well, from 3-0 down to take it all the way, 136 for Osborne. Does it go? So Pilgrim does get a match-winning opportunity at 82.
46. Daryl, you require 82.
Match opportunity for Pilgrim. He needs to go through the card to give himself any hope of winning this group. He's also going to
42.
need to hope Colin Osborne doesn't
Colin, you
take out
require
90 if he's going to win the game 4-2. Double 15. Take us all the way. Game led by Pilgrim at 3-0.
Game shot on the
Does
sixth leg.
go
Colin
the
Osborne.
distance. Colin Osborne went the distance in his opening game yesterday when he took on Robert Thornton.
7th and final leg. It's Daryl to
Ended
throw
up
first. Game on.
losing despite the 96.35 average. Pilgrim, advantage of throw
140.
is huge. And he's capitalised on it well there with a 140.
$140.
Tub 40 followed by Tub 40. And Pilgrim dips his braid back into the lipstick.
140.
Forces Osborne into at least another 2 treble turn.
And that's just to keep pace. Sometimes when your opponent throws first,
99.
there's just nothing you can do but hit and hope. And that's where Osborne is right now.
$97.
He's not crossed enough fingers. Maybe he needs to cross his toes because Pilgrim is missing nothing in this final leg. A fantastic final leg here from Daryl.
Says he's going to have to fill it up here, Osborne. Leave himself on a 2-darter. Before you leave him in mid-range, but... Well, there's just the conspicuity
92.
of Pilgrim's day
Daryl,
yesterday.
you require
He struggled on his
124.
doubles, but then found 2 big tub plus outs. Can he find a 1-2-4 to win the game? In 12 darts, double 11 to do exactly that. Oh, that was
Shot
superb
unmatched.
from Daryl
Daryl
Pilgrim. What a
Pilgrim.
way to finish. A 1-2-4 and a 12 darter in the deciding leg to overcome Colin Osborne by 4 legs to 3. Pilgrim, who raced into a 3-0 advantage. Osborne raced back, but it's Pilgrim who picked the points up in the end, courtesy of that 1-2-4 checkout. 4 from 6 on the doubles, much improved upon his display yesterday. Pilgrim, a 4-3 victor against Colin Osborne. Coming up after the break, the favourite to win the week, Chris Landman in action as he takes on the former champ, Conan Whitehead.
Welcome back. Well, so far today here at the MODUS Super Series, Robert Thornton ran riot in his opening match, a 4-0 win over Jeroen Caron before Daryl Pilgrim, well, almost mirrored that scoreline, but Colin Osborne came back at him before Pilgrim finally crossed the line, a 4-3 win for Mr. P, who's doubled his points tally for the week, having only picked up one victory in yesterday's campaign. The same counts for Conan Whitehead, former champion, the first champion on the Super Series stage, only enjoyed one triumph yesterday, and it is, of course, just a 2-day Group A, so it's all on today in terms of qualifying for finals night from this group. Chris Landman, the opponent, currently sits in second position and is looking to close
First
the gap
leg, it's Conan
on
to
Robert
throw
Thornton
first.
to 2
Game
points.
on.
Henry Deacon alongside me, Chris Murphy, and Henry, if Conan can win this one, then every result has fallen perfectly for Robert Thornton.
He'll almost feel like he's a game away from a victory lap with the form.
100.
And you'd expect Conan Whitehead to come into today with a little bit more vigour as well. You know, he's that type of player that if he has a day that doesn't
60.
quite go his way, he'll react in the right way. He'll channel that aggression and that upset in a good way. But Chris Landman, interestingly, if you look at the statistics, was as good as anybody yesterday. Well, in fact, statistically was the best of anybody yesterday. He won more legs than any other player, dropped just 2, and that was in the last leg of the 2 games that he lost in terms of the legs maximum he can win. Overall average of 89.24, which is the highest of anybody, and a doubles ratio of 18 out of 44. And those performances have created a reaction as far as the odds compilers are concerned, because overnight he has replaced Daryl Pilgrim as a favourite to go on and win the week. He's gone in from 9-2 to 7-2 with the odds compilers to go on and win the week as a whole.
41.
When the pair met yesterday, it did go the distance. I know Matthew Edgar was talking about expecting to see that quite a lot today. And this one was a 7-leg affair. Went the way of Landman. But the first leg
97.
seems to be going the way of Conan.
$100. Conan, you require 80.
All the time that one could want.
Well, there'll be a lot in the way of tops here. Not easy. You might pitch this quite high. Hope it drops in. If not, he leaves a clear bed. But it does drop in. That's a superb dart from Conan Whitehead, who managed to find a way into a severely blocked bed and takes the lead in his first match of the day.
Game on.
One thing Conan does actually have a little bit to his advantages, we'll see it when he comes back to the hockey again, is
60.
when he releases the dart, he does release it just to a little bit of an angle, as you can see there. So sometimes when a dart's in the way, he can just move it over just a couple of degrees and work that to his advantage.
100.
Case in point with the last dart there. Around about this point of the game yesterday, we were talking about Chris Landman having an excess of 120, but he has not got out the gate whatsoever in this one so far.
He uses long old darts, doesn't he, Conan Whitehead, which causes those kinds of problems. But of
100.
course, you get used to how your equipment works. Can actually use a dart of up to 30 centimetres long, officially.
100.
In the rules, 30 centimetres and 50 grams in weight.
We had a player here last year, Jeroen Caron, who used those massive points, didn't he?
You started lifting 50 grams yet, Henry?
60.
Conan,
you require 167.
Chris Mason will be back next week, by the way. Be alongside Glenn Durrant in commentary. Durrant, of course, on the hockey this week, as from tomorrow night. Do join us on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 p.m. Conan Whitehead might well work his way into that group himself if he carries on playing like this.
36.
Speaking about winning the group, there is also opportunities to get into Group B if you finish in second or third spot. And 2 legs in the ledger for Whitehead already means maybe his ambitions might start to look towards that.
2 to the good, 14 dart, 103.66 the average. You actually look at the numbers, they actually make
100.
The scoring phase make better reading than perhaps what we thought. 88.12 but it was the 12 from 38 on the doubling and at key times as
45.
well, which was the undoing for the Barbarian.
$45.
Chris Landman had a very eventful 2023, didn't he? Culminating in that
100.
Lakeside final. I have to say, the beast, Andy Bartons, was irresistible. In fact, if you want to know how good Andy Bartons was, he played Luke Littler 3 times in a week and beat him every single time.
92.
Littler then absolutely destroyed him in a final, didn't he? The grand final. Got his revenge. Astronomical average in that one as well. But well done to Andy Bartons on
100.
on winning that. It was a real performance against Chris Landman, who also had some really interesting runs in the
100.
PDC as well, didn't he?
$85. Conan, you require 164.
164 for Whitehead. Once again, Henry's on his own on a finish.
Just been given the luxury of time, and you actually look at the
78.
scoring power pack. He hasn't hit a 140 yet, but the 8 tons have just been too much for Landman. He leads 86 here
97.
for a 3-0 lead.
Conan, you require 86.
And the Dutchman hasn't had a dart at a double yet. Not often do we say that at this passage in play. His favourite double on the board. Didn't contemplate anything else.
61.
And
Chris, you
Landman will
require
eventually get a
74.
go at something.
Oh, that was close to being
34.
bust, and that can't have
Conan,
made
you
Chris
require
feel comfortable
25.
when going for his first double of the day. Taking him 3 legs to have a go at one. Will he get any more? Double 8. Double 4. Oh, Landman
21.
returns. Whitehead
Chris, you require
may
40.
look back at that as the moment this match started to turn.
Because crucially, this will return the game to throw. This will be a break for Landman.
Game
And he
shot on the
finds the
third
double
leg,
10.
Chris
And
Landman.
suddenly, Conan Whitehead, from a position where it looked like he was set to move into a 3-0 lead, has been pulled
Fourth
back in
leg,
by
it's
Chris
to throw
Landman.
first.
And suddenly, the
Game
Dutchman
on.
has the darts to make it 2-2.
Conan Whitehead's mission, of
100.
course, this series, as it was in the previous one, is to level Littler's tally of 2 Super Series wins.
140.
The very first series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Raymond Smith, the winner of Series 2. Luke Littler then winning Series
140.
3 and 4 before passing on the trophy to Jim McEwen in Series 5.
140.
Back-to-back 140s here has put the Landman throw under all sorts
60.
of jeopardy. And now has the darts, has 6 to re-establish that 2-leg cushion.
$100.
Landman here needs a couple of troubles, you feel. But there's a few
45.
darts just dropping
Conan, you
low
require
for
121.
Chris. He had a couple of issues with that on tops yesterday, but it's starting to move into the scoring phase of the game. Double 17. And the bullseye for Whitehead.
73. Chris, you require 156.
Loads of room, but he can't find any of it.
100.
So Whitehead
Conan, you
looking
require
to clean
48.
up 48 to really reclaim control of this match.
16.
But he can't do it.
Chris, you
But
require
it could have been
56.
over, really, but Landman can make it level.
2 from 9 on the outer ring. Conan Whitehead and Landman
16.
is not able to pick up the
Conan, you
pieces
require
this time. And
32.
so Conan gets the reprieve on double
Game shot on the
16 and he
fourth
makes no
leg,
mistake
Conan
this
Whitehead.
time. He breaks a throw, he leads 3-1 and has the darts for the match.
Fifth leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Did get another win in the previous series, but he had a torrid time in Group B on Champions Week, didn't he? Conan Whitehead
85.
just could not get going, lost all his matches on night 1, and that was the damage done.
Yeah, I felt the full brute
95.
force of his anger.
He was throwing things at you, wasn't he?
85.
In his own words, more successfully than he had at the dartboard that day.
40.
There's a worry here for Landman because the first dart is either pitching way too high or way too low. There doesn't seem to be a first dart he can work with.
Yeah, just still
43.
searching, isn't he? Still feeling it out, trying to find that, basically, that first dart that Henry just mentioned. And look, when he did find it, he managed to find another one as well.
$100.
Those commentators like to say, don't we, Henry, that are these top players, first dart merchants, when the first dart goes in the treble 20,
100.
the other two often follow. But I do help thinking whenever I hear that or say it myself, well, if the first dart doesn't go in, then the other two can't go in with it, can they?
60. Chris, you require 126.
It won't be the treble 20 here, it'll be the treble 19. And he's found it for a go at the bull. A little top shot of the bullseye might be all he's got
Conan,
to
you
stay in this
require
match, because Whitehead now
128.
has a chance to wrap it up.
Treble 20 in the ball. But that was a wild dart which sprays into the one, and so Landman comes back. He's got another opportunity to move this game to within
74.
one.
Check 76.
Going to get a couple in
Chris, you
hand.
require 25.
The weapon of choice is double 8.
Game shot on
3-2
the
it
fifth
is.
leg.
Landman
Chris
breaks
Landman.
back, and he has the darts to send us all the way.
Colin Osborne and Jeroen Caron waiting to come on
Sixth leg. It's Chris
stage
to
after
throw
this
first.
one. And Landman will be very interested in winning the next two legs because he meets Robert Thornton in game 5. Now, if he can get 2 legs
100.
here and turn this around, he'll only be 2 points behind Thornton going into that one.
It really is a head-scratching performance from Chris Landman because he pretty much played too tight
140.
yesterday compared to what he put in the last 12 months. His 12-monthly average, 88.79, 36% on the doubles.
100.
Yesterday, 89.24, 18 out of 44 on the doubles. But what he has done in the latter ends of this game, in the Ton Plus stakes, there was a point where Conan Whitehead was pretty much 8-0 up in that category. It's now
60.
11-10 in the favour of Chris Landman. The scoring boots of Conan Whitehead have completely fallen off over the last couple of legs.
100.
Can he conjure up something? Classic conjuring from Conan.
180.
The maximum to leave 1-2-1. Finally,
55. Conan,
put
you
Landman
require
away.
121.
Treble 17 and the bullseye for Whitehead isn't going to go. And so does Landman have an
57.
active darting
Chris, you
defiance
require
upon him on the 146.
146.
Not
100.
close, but not close enough.
Conan, you require 64.
Can he get any closer to Conan, or is this where Whitehead wins it? It's 2 darts, a double 8,
Game
and he
shot,
only
and the match,
needs 1.
Conan
Well,
Whitehead.
it could have been easier for Conan Whitehead, but in the end, he does conquer Chris Landman and picks up his first win in his first match of Wednesday's action. 4-2, decent display as well. Good value for that victory. 10 points better off in the averages. 3 140s and a maximum for Whitehead, and an 80 checkout to go with a 64 that just won the match. He joins Daryl Pilgrim on 4 points. Chris Landman stays on 6, and Robert Thornton has had the perfect start to today. Coming next, Colin Osborne meets Jeroen Caron. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where things could not have gone better so far for Robert Thornton. He beat Jeroen Caron 4-0 in the first match of the day, and now the Belgian is looking to put that right. He faces Colin Osborne, a former grand finalist here at the Super Series. All still to play for in this group, but if you start to lose matches quickly disappears, and it might be attention's turn from winning the group to trying to get in second and third place and playing Group B later in the week, and all of the advantages of that, which will be explained by our commentary team of Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Why, thank you very much, Chris. And so, seconds out round 2 on Wednesday here at the Super Series. And for Jeroen Caron, he'll be hoping, and that was just a little bit of a blip last time out against Robert Thornton. But it has to be said, Colin Osborne played well in that game against Pilgrim. It's just the fact he went 3-0 behind. He just gave himself too much wriggle room, or too little wriggle room in the end against Mr. P. But if he plays to those types of levels, well, I'd say he'd stand every chance.
66.
He's recovered well with that last start there.
Well, it's worked out for one guy, hasn't it? And that's Mr. T, sat at the top of the table. Pity the fool, anyone trying to
60.
take that position away from him. Robert Thornton, the first round of fixtures couldn't have gone any better. He beat Jeroen Caron in the opening game. That was one of the players on 6 points chasing him. Colin Osborne, one of the players on 6 points chasing him, lost to Pilgrim. And Chris Landman on 6 points chasing him, lost. The absolute perfect lap of fixtures for
100.
Robert Thornton.
Who would Thornton prefer to win this one?
Right now, he doesn't care.
135.
He's got a 4-point gap at the top of the table, 4 games. It's all in his own hands now. Closest anyone can get now, or the highest amount of
100.
points any player can amass, is 14 points. Robert Thornton is already on 10. Right now, it's looking like Thornton-mus.
96.
And Osborne coming back out to the same kind of tune that he kicked off against Pilgrim. Even 83 after 12, on for a potential 14 dart leg to start.
140. Colin, you require 83.
Moon's left 101 after 12. But it may well be insurmountable because double 16 is
Shot on
10
the
for
first
14
leg, Colin
darter.
Osborne.
The kickstart for Colin Osborne. 1-0 to the Wizard.
Second leg, it's Jeroen to throw first. Game on. $61.
This just our second day of Super Series action here in 2024. Really looking forward to seeing who's going to be the face of the series this
45.
year. Did you know, when we're speaking about numbers and days, it's only 356 days until Christmas.
Yeah, okay. Cheers, Phil.
13 hours, 24 minutes and 43
140.
seconds.
Yeah, thanks, Phil.
95.
In case you don't know, commentator Phil Bars is a big Christmas fan, and he was letting us know all about it before the festive period.
45.
Wonder if he stepped out.
And anyone step into this title race here in Group A? Robert Thornton,
180.
clearly the man at the top of the table. Colin Osborne with victory here would put himself within 2. Same story for Caron as well. Both players on 6.
133.
And then they all become Chris Landman fans, because Robert Thornton's going to have to make some slip-ups somewhere if anybody's going to topple him in this table.
But Caron in both the legs so far has tiptoed his way
54.
towards the finishing range quite
Jeroen, you
nicely,
require
but
122.
Osborne's scoring power has meant this is the first opportunity he's got. He'll stay there because the treble would have left the bull. And so Colin
54.
Osborne has an opportunity to
Colin, you
complete the
require
1, 2, 7
127.
and game. Yes, double 8. For the 1, 2,
Shot on his
7 and
second
game,
leg,
and that
Colin
could be a
Osborne.
game-changing visit. He breaks the throw, he leads 2-0, averaging 103.66, 15 data.
Third leg,
Colin
it's Colin
Osborne,
to throw
29
first.
darts to get to
Game
what
on.
could be the halfway point.
Today's going the way I sort of expected it to. Everyone just finding that little bit more, that little bit of an extra gear after a day's worth of play yesterday.
100.
Well, Caron, it doesn't feel as free-flowing
100.
today. A lot of tension, not as much extension, a little bit of lift in the arm. Case in point there. When you get that, you could then start losing the lie and
43.
spraying the darts left and right. The dart will start kicking to the left. The point will go to the left, light to the right. Start getting in that 5. Just the
177.
shoulder sort of engages within the throw.
He's looking very good here. The average now 108.47.
56.
And he
Colin, you
took out a
require
127 in the last leg.
129.
Doesn't have to attack the 129 in the same proportion that he would if Caron was on a finish. And I just wonder whether the scoring power of the Wizard as well has just forced Caron into submission, that it's just been a little bit too much for him now going into a third leg running.
37. $92. Colin, you require 92.
This is for a 3-0 lead, and it'd be 3 legs in the 15 range. This could be a second 14
Shot
darter.
on the third leg.
14,
Colin Osborne.
15, 14 for Colin Osborne to move him into a 3-0 lead. The average is just under 105. He's 3 from
Fourth
3 on
leg,
the
it's Jeroen
finishing.
to throw
And there is
first.
little to
Game
nothing
on.
that Jeroen Caron can do about it.
$140.
We could do more of that. That would help. Because I can do something about this, Henry Deacon. Going to start hitting the big stuff.
125.
And then Osborne hits back.
See again there, that sort of
85.
lack of extension there, and with the flicking of the wrist, the action not as smooth as it was yesterday. I was mightily impressed with the technical aspects yesterday of Caron.
60.
But just breaking down a little bit before our eyes today. Sign of the brain engaging a little bit too much. Tightening up the
140.
muscles. But positive darts like that will soon make you forget. Just allow you to throw with a little bit more freedom.
44.
Doesn't help when your
Jeroen, you
opponent's
require
been
136.
hitting you with a 100+ average for the entire game.
The credit where credit's due. Osborne's had, well, by his standards, an off leg, and Caron, yes, on the darts, but
58.
has at least tried to make the biggest advantage of that possible. He's 78 after 12, averaging 91. And that's not been good enough for a dart at double yet.
140.
But
Jeroen,
he is going
you
to get an
require
opportunity now. He
78.
should get an opportunity now. And it's going to be tops. He was going it
58.
yesterday, but he just drags below
Colin, you
there.
require
And we saw Luke Littler
132.
hit this yesterday at the World Championship. Can Osborne win the game with a champagne shot? No is the answer.
56. Jeroen, you require 20.
Keep himself in the match, double 10. Move across, just a
10.
nudge, but he's overcompensated. And so
require
Osborne now for a
76.
4-0 win. Tots to complete an immaculate display.
56. Jeroen, you require 10.
Well, the game's still going, and whilst it's still going, Corona's got a chance.
No score.
But if you spurn chances
Colin, you
like that,
require 20.
it'll be over very quick.
One more chance. One more opportunity for the 4-0. Leg
Game
difference
shot
could
and the
really
match.
come into play in these
Osborne.
groups, especially being just a 2-day group. And that is where the danger could lie for Jeroen Caron, who today has not hit the same heights as he did yesterday. He's yet to register a leg. He has had 14 opportunities at the outer ring, but yet to convert. But that game was all about the brilliance of Colin Osborne, who keeps rolling back the years on Colin Osborne 2.0. Coming up next is the man top of the table, Robert Thornton, taking on the WDF World Championship runner-up, Chris Landman.
Well, it's all been going swimmingly for that Scotsman. Robert Thornton got off to the perfect start, a 4-0 win in his opening match today against Jeroen Caron. And now if he can beat Chris Landman, he's going to stretch his lead at the top of the table. Results have gone the way of the two-time World Seniors champ, who's looking to make it through to a finals night yet again. And he might well do it by the end of the day if he can keep picking up these victories. He might actually do it before the end of the day. But here, all day in commentary, is Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Yep, we're here all week, Murph. Thank you very much indeed. Well, Robert Thornton hopes he's not going to be here tomorrow and Friday. And quite frankly, but if he is here tomorrow and Friday, then something may have gone wrong from this point onwards. But this is a tricky assignment. Chris Landman, yes, he didn't play to his full flowing potential in his 4-2 defeat to Conan Whitehead. But we know the levels and the gears that he has. And Thornton, despite winning 4-0 on that first game, has to be said,
60.
It wasn't the most convincing of performances at the same time.
It's not been the most convincing of performances all week so far for Robert Thornton, but he finds himself
60.
top of the table with points in hand. And if Robert Thornton ever writes a book, I'd be very interested in reading it, because I reckon there'd be a lot of
100
secrets and techniques and skills in there, because one thing Robert Thornton understands is the art of winning.
100.
He is a born winner.
I feel like he's got an underrated career considering what he's won the UK
46.
Open, World Grand Prix.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I think there is an awful lot of
140.
short-term memory in darts. Get a lot of people at the moment debating whether Peter Wright should be included in the Premier League or not.
120.
I've seen Nathan Aspinall questioned whether he should be in the Premier League. When you're
97.
debating if the second biggest major winner of the year, Nathan Aspinall, the match play champion, and a guy who's got one of the best CVs of 2023 in Peter Wright, despite the fact he's not been up to his normal standards, I think
42.
just shows how
Chris, you
people
require
can get overlooked very
104.
quickly.
Well, that's a happy accident. But again, it's just
84.
so many darts that are dipping
Robert, you
below for Chris
require
Landman, and that's going to be
133.
a concern for him as Thornton comes back for 133. This has got to go. It doesn't go, and so Landman does get another opportunity to break
57.
a double 10.
Chris, you require 20. Game shot on the first
Breaker
leg.
for a
Chris
coup. Landman leads 1-0. But again, huge concern to Robert Thornton, who is struggling to get out the
Second
gate.
leg, it's Chris to throw first.
And he does not
Game
look
on.
comfortable on stage at all, does the Thorn.
He hasn't looked comfortable
95.
on the stage since game 3 of yesterday. That was when I said that he just seems to be flexing and
48.
rotating and moving that wrist, which if that's the case and he doesn't feel like he can get that wrist movement into the action, you're going to put more
100.
muscle, more arm, more shoulder.
Did speak to Robert after the session yesterday, and he is nursing a little bit of a strain.
93.
You could see from that shot looking from the back of the players how the body just thrown into the action a little bit more there. And
100.
it also was coming across in the way that he was playing the game, avoiding going for tops, which very, very rare.
140.
Just about squeezed in the treble 20 bed. It's those ones that are the awkward ones for the referees.
55.
First start going well, though, for now for Robert, which is always a good positive of a player.
85. Chris, you require 151.
He settles you down for the shot.
$84. Robert, you require 135.
Type of player that could just ignite with moments like this. But if he finds the treble here, he would have had an almighty task of finding
63.
the bullseye.
Chris, you require
Doesn't find it
67.
all the same, and so Landman for 2-0. Going to be a dart at double top.
27.
Bends the wire.
Robert, you require 72.
Left, so he gets the opportunity to stay in the same area. 8 leaves with his favourite tops.
32.
Slightly
Chris, you
over pitch.
require
Same target
40.
for Landman to double his lead. To confirm
Shot on
that
the
breaker
second
throw.
leg,
And it's
Chris
not just Chris
Landman.
Landman that's going to be enjoying that breaker throw. And that hold of throw there from Landman. But also, Colin Osborne
Third
will
leg, it's
be
Robert to
very
throw
aware
first.
that this is going
Game
to do
on.
him a bit of a favour as well. Because they can't afford Thornton to keep winning games. He's just going to keep pulling away at that top of the table. And there's not as many
58.
fixtures here, just 10 fixtures. Time runs out very, very quickly in a 2-day group.
And Osborne, the player for you, when you look at the
125.
numbers and you look at the stats, he's probably playing the best stuff today. He could be the one that, if there is a slip from Thornton, is the most likely to capitalise.
Oh, absolutely.
96.
Colin Osborne, 92, 66 and 93, 94 means he's getting very, very close to that
85.
5-visit leg average. Means he's likely to be just a visit ahead. If he continues with those stats, it'll be very, very hard to
140.
break through.
But a much improved leg from Robert Thornton.
41.
Got 6 and 207 to half the deficit.
I think the danger for Thornton here,
96.
though, is Colin Osborne's been playing so well today. and he hasn't played him yet, and he doesn't play him till later on. And traditionally, Thornton's
26.
performance wavers
Robert,
as
you
the
require
day progresses.
111.
Not the full 11 ball that we've seen from Luke Littler.
71.
It's not a successful visit, but Landman a long way back. So no damage done there by Robert Thornton. It's a missed double, but
100.
it's not a
Robert, you
functional
require
missed double in
40.
regards to the outcome of the leg.
Game shot on the third leg.
The
Robert
tops is on
Thornton.
point, and even though he found it first dart in hand, he gives that dart a real remonstration.
Fourth leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
Say one thing about Chris, he does like a good souvenir, doesn't he?
60.
On his case, he always keeps the sponsors happy. He's got all the different patches, all the different tournament sponsors that
55.
he's been a part of in recent times.
$180.
Ninth 180 of the campaign so far for
59.
Chris Landman. No surprise, the man who we've been talking about as Mr. Statistics
60.
so far in this group. Colin Osborne, the biggest 180 hitter of the lot with 10. Robert Thornton, this is going to surprise you,
100.
3.
Man who's well versed and well known for his
91.
prolific maximum hitting. But he finds himself in a world of trouble in this game, and he could consequently
59.
find himself in big trouble
Chris,
in
you
terms of the
require
group.
110.
Landman has 6 on 110 to open up a 3-1 lead. He's going to need the full quota of darts.
70.
Covers well following that stray on the first dart. Leaves tops. Thornton can only pressurize.
134. Chris, you require 40. Game shot on the
3-1
fourth
it is.
leg. Chris
Landman
Landman.
a leg away. And this really would congeal the group up.
Fifth
Thornton would be
leg,
on
it's
10.
Robert to throw first.
Landman would be on 10.
Game on.
Sorry, Landman would be on 8. Osborne would be on 8.
60.
And we said that Thornton had the perfect first round. Well, the second round could be a bit more troublesome
80.
for him. This is the state of play as things are, with Landman leading 3-1.
$41.
Crucially as well, have a look at that second bracket. The legs won. You can see the legs difference there the same. Landman would have
60.
obviously one more on that if he wins 4-1. But in terms of legs won, Thornton is a couple off both Landman and Osborne, and that could be so pivotal as the day moves along.
100. $40. $95.
Not going to say you like people's misery too much, but there's no greater feeling than when you see someone get a bounce out. The worst
60.
thing is, when someone gets a bounce out with the opening dart, then they hit 120 still. Because sort of psychologically wise, you go up there thinking, well, I feel like I've got to outscore 120 because I've got 3 darts to his 2.
We know one thing about Robert
100.
Thornton. Defiance is one thing he
Robert,
has in an
requires
abundance.
68.
The 8 to bring it back to 3-2. Tops
28.
pitched above.
Chris, you
And
require
this would be some way for
161.
Landman to win the match. He's not going to take out the 161, and so Thornton for 3-2.
90. Robert, you require 40.
Old Faithful.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Robert Thornton.
Well, that part of the board isn't too bad for Robert. It's just the rest that may be causing him a couple of issues.
Sixth leg. It's Chris to throw first. Game on.
The issue he's got is Landman's throwing for the match now.
100.
Got a bit of useless information about Robert
100.
Thornton.
Oh, go on then.
I mean, this is self-praise. I've not actually been able to try it for myself, or I can't vouch for this statement, but this is from the words of Robert Thornton. He makes a mean lasagna.
Now,
100.
this changes everything. Oh, I love a good lasagna.
Well, go around Robert Thornton's house. Apparently, he's the master of lasagna.
41.
Well, I'm going to nip off to Tesco's, get the ingredients, and see where Robert will cook tonight. Other supermarkets are available, of course. But Landman here closing in on victory, 180 points away.
134.
Thornton first to a finish. But Landman looking to lay it up more handily.
60.
It's only
Robert,
a 60.
you require 167.
Thornton's not going to find the 167, and the 120
87.
is what
Rich, you
Landman
require
needs to land the
120.
match. Tops.
Game shot. And
What
the
a
match.
superb way
Chris
to win the
Landman.
match. A 120 to depose of the Fawn by 4 legs to 2. That's back-to-back victories against Robert Thornton now for Chris Landman following a 4-0 success in yesterday's meeting. And what a way to finish it off with a 120 finish. Thornton fought his way back into the match. Tops was handy for him, but it was just that scoring power that Landman exuded in the key parts that was the difference there. 4 from 7 on the doubles as well. It's not too bad either. Coming up after the break, Pilgrim against Conan Whitehead.
Hello, welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Game 6 is about to get underway on Wednesday, and it's a meeting between the two players who were joint bottom, still are, of the Group A table, but they both have liftoff today. Both Daryl Pilgrim and Conan Whitehead have doubled their points tally by getting wins in their opening matches after both only getting one victory yesterday. Now, whoever wins this one might put themselves in contention to either get into Group B or maybe go even higher following that defeat for Robert Thornton in the previous match. Can one of them climb from bottom to top? Let's find out if they can take the next step in the company of Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And for both of these players, they would have seen the last couple of results. And in terms of their search of Group
First
B
leg, it's
darts,
Darryl to throw first.
well, this is a big, big game for the
on.
pair, Whitehead and Pilgrim. The loser, you could probably say, Matt, will be consigned to Group C.
108.
I reckon if I would have said to you at the start of play yesterday, Darryl Pilgrim will take on Conan Whitehead in fixture number 7,
100.
where they'll be the bottom 2 in the table and the loser's pretty much eliminated. I reckon you'd have slapped me in the face.
Oh, hello, Darryl.
125.
He went 5 deep in the first leg. Man, he's not scared of a 9-darter here. Hit one back in August. It's Scott Taylor out 118 in that
100.
match and lost.
$60.
Pilgrim first to a finish. Whitehead, a couple of tons has been kind of insurmountable of they're getting at this first leg.
83.
So 6 from here
Darryl, you require 136.
for Mr. P.
$60.
Just get the sense that at some point, Pilgrim's just going to put something in.
41. Darryl, you require 76.
Well, he's got time. He can recover it in this shot.
64.
But with Whitehead back on 177, there's no drama as such here at the moment for Mr. P, other than that he's causing of his own self. And you see him at the back of the stage shaking his head. There was a lot of head shaking yesterday, but now it needs to be straight head because Whitehead is waiting to pounce.
Game shot on the first leg.
Finds a
Darryl
double
Pilgrim.
free. 1-0 Pilgrim leads. He had to survive a little bit of a mini scare there from Conan Whitehead, who had set the turn up the
Second
tops
leg,
if
it's Conan
Pilgrim
to throw
missed.
first. Game on.
I know he's adept to the phantom throw at the best of times, but you could just tell he's trying to find something
85.
because he's almost going through a visit of his own in the background when his opponent's at the board.
$97.
Don't forget, if you want to get in touch with us here at the MODUS Super Series, you can do via our Twitter platform. It is at MSS Darts.
108.
Whitehead finds his first max of the match.
$140.
First came across Conan Whitehead in 2013. It was the UK Open, a UK Open that's actually got many stories with the people that are in this
140.
building this week. Conan Whitehead went in as a qualifier, was on the main stage when he beat Roland Sholton, former UK Open champion in his own right.
140. Conan, you require 96.
Hitting with darts like this. Lovely lie there for Whitehead.
On the
And a
second leg,
12 darter
Conan
there for
Whitehead.
Conan Whitehead to stamp his authority on the leg.
Third
Did
leg,
go on
it's
to
Darryl
beat
to throw first.
Kevin Thomas in
Game
the
on.
second round, a very good Welsh player, also known as the Undertaker, one of two Undertakers with Kevin Thomas and Nigel Hayden.
180.
Went out 9-8 to Mickey Mansell in the end.
100.
He's teasing us again.
I did say there was plenty of stories from that
137.
2013 UK Open. That was the year that I myself beat Colin Osborne on the main stage. Colin Osborne in this group. Then went on to lose to Robert Thornton.
94.
Robert Thornton in this group. Plenty of UK Open entwining from what is now 11 years
100.
ago. 2013. That makes me feel old.
How'd you get on in that UK Open?
Lost Robert Thornton. Just
Yeah, of course you...
still.
81. Daryl, you require 84.
Can the 12 be followed by an 11? Double 18.
Game shot on the third
For
leg.
back-to-back
Daryl Pilgrim.
12s. It's 2-1. This is quite the Titanic tungsten tussle.
Fourth leg.
Did you do
it's
something
Conan
fun
to
to that
throw
UK
first.
Open, incidentally?
Game on.
Still, yeah. It hasn't changed. Sometimes I wish history would change, but unfortunately,
60.
where it is, the absolute classic game. 101 average. Robert Thornton, the defending champion at the time of the UK Open crown.
100.
He's in the Premier League that year as well, Robert Thornton, and having quite the positive campaign.
Not going to get in that conversation, are we?
140.
There's a rabbit hole, isn't it? Premier League selection. Big topic at the moment. I'm sure we'll find out very soon who the Premier League lineup is for 2024. And I'm pretty sure whoever it
97.
is, we're going to get a lot of unhappy people.
I think Luke will be in the Premier League this year. Humphries has got to be a shoo-in now as world number 1.
58.
Yep, top 4 are guaranteed their Premier League places. Top 4 are secured as well. It cannot change. We know the top 4. Who will be the other 4 that will... Well, who will be the other 2 that take to the
140.
lineup, please? More than... Actually, who's going to be the other 1? We know 3. We've got a top 4. Wright, Price, Aspinall, plus another.
108.
It crosses in.
Daryl, you require 164.
Pilgrim 164 hit this yesterday. Could he do so again? The bullseye! Oh, just grazes the wire for a victim
139.
repeater.
Conan, you require 63.
This is our worst leg for a while. It's the first time we've gone into the 5th visit. He's
Game
got
shot on the
13
fourth
ball.
leg. Conan
That is
Whitehead.
incredible. And that is quite simply barbaric from Conan Whitehead.
5th leg. It's Daryl to throw first. Game on.
He's loving it, isn't he, in the background as well. I mean, Pilgrim was on 25.
43.
I wouldn't do it, but I love watching it.
100.
I feel like that kid in the playground, you know, the one that doesn't want to do it, but wants something to happen, so you egg everybody else on to do it. That's how I feel about 13 ball.
58.
I wouldn't do it in my own game, but please keep doing it, Conan. I love watching that.
Didn't have you down as somebody that would make other people do ridiculous things that you wouldn't be willing to do yourself.
140.
Don't know what you're on about.
140.
50-50 game? For you?
Well, Conan is making a move here. He's producing the best starts of the week at the
140.
time where he can try and produce something to bring himself into that Group B discussion. He's currently 4 points off the pace in that race. But this is a quality game of darts.
108.
Pilgrim averaging
Conan, you
110.
require
Whitehead 107. And he may have to take the 1-2-1 out. He may take the 1-2-1 out. But he can't pin the bull again. And so
Daryl, you
Pilgrim
require
comes back for 80 to lead 3-2.
They're enjoying this. Both players are enjoying the battle.
Game
And I
shot on
say
the
this
fifth
so
leg, Daryl
often. They
Pilgrim.
get games where there is so much head shaking going on, negativity, but that's because you feel there's
Sixth
an
leg, it's
opportunity.
Conan to throw
When your
first.
opponent is playing
Game
this
on.
well against you, you just get into the flow of the match and you just enjoy the battle. You expect them to hit everything, so you almost don't feel
41.
like there is an opponent. It's just a case of keep producing the big stuff, and both these big hitters producing the very biggest stuff. Well over the 100 average for the
40.
pair.
Just remember, these are the players 5th and 6th in the group. Have a look at them numbers. Look at them bad boys.
92.
Two of the big hitters at the Super Series are going hammer and tongs against one another.
96. 140.
Whitehead showing us why and how he managed to pick up a series title here at the MODUS Super Series.
60.
Not just the quality, it's the way that he's battling away. It could have been so easily to have succumbed to Darryl amidst the onslaught. But now he puts in a purple patch of his own. He moves his average in excess of 108. And that maximum there leaves him on 48 after 12 to send us all the way. And he is going to have time
94.
to take us the distance.
Conan, you require 48.
Double 16. And this game is fitting of a last leg decider, but he's
No
busted it.
score.
He is going to come back though, but he's going to have to spurn a dart. Oh, this is superb. Oh, what a riposte.
171.
He is
Conan, you
tapped
require
Conan Whitehead
48.
on the shoulder, and he has forced him to take out the double 16, and that is awkward.
Game
But
shot
he
on the
finds
sixth
a way
leg.
to the
Conan
bottom
Whitehead.
corner, and this game, and rightly so, has its last leg decider. Pilgrim free, Whitehead
Seventh
free.
and final leg. It's Darryl to throw
What
first.
gives?
Game on.
I don't even want to just skim past that last start from Conan Whitehead. That was absolutely out of this world.
65.
The first one looked like a great marker, being on the wire. The second one was a great marker. If the first one wasn't there, he ended up with a corridor that he couldn't thread
140.
and had to go for the very bottom of the bed. What Conan Whitehead would have been able to see there would have been literally the bit of the target he hit. That was absolutely incredible. Under that sort of scrutiny, not just to hit the target, but to hit the pinpoint precision on the target. And no wonder he's feeling good in this last leg. He's
95.
opened up a gap of more than 100 on the first 6 exchange. Pilgrim needs a max. He's already had 3. And 6 maxes in this game.
85.
But it's huge advantage now to Whitehead.
96.
He leaves the fish. Pilgrim needs a minimum 2. Probably needs to fill it up. In the last leg, he found a 171. To pull the tiller,
133.
he finds
Conan, you
himself
require
on 158.
170.
But Whitehead gets first go at the big fish. The big finish. The bullseye.
122. Darryl, you require
Well, Pilgrim's opportunity now
158.
needs 2 trebles for the double. For the points. Won't be happy with that. Bit of board between that and the treble. But he sets it up
134.
beautifully.
Conan, you require 48.
It was a clutch 48 that saw Whitehead win the last leg. It's another
shot
clutch
and the
48
match.
which sees
Conan
him win the
Whitehead.
match. And Conan Whitehead comes back from behind, comes back from the brink to beat Darryl Pilgrim by 4 legs to 3. An incredible game. The game of the week, the game of the year. 4-3 to Whitehead for 102 average. Darryl Pilgrim losing with an average in excess of 105. Conan Whitehead 4 from 10 on the finishes, including a 13 bull on 63. Whitehead the winner in a real good game. Coming up after the break, Chris Landman and Colin Osborne go toe-to-toe.
Hello again, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Group A is nearing its conclusion. 6 games have been played on the final day of the 2 that this group is played over this week. And as you can see, Robert Thornton got off to a flying start, a 4-0 win against Jeroen Caron. But Thornton was beaten by Chris Landman in his second match, and that's opened things up. Both Daryl Pilgrim and Conan Whitehead got victories in their first 2 games before Colin Osborne continued piling the misery on Caron. He's not won a leg so far today. But the match of the day so far is the one we've just witnessed between Whitehead and Pilgrim. A 4-3 win for Whitehead, both players averaging in 3 figures. And the moment of the match was when Conan Whitehead produced this fabulous 63 checkout in cheeky fashion. Look at that, 13, and then straight for the bullseye. He went on to win that game in a last leg decider. As I said, both players producing massive averages in that one, both in 3 figures, and it means that Whitehead has lifted himself above Pilgrim, off the bottom of the table, and also now above Caron as well. Maybe he can carry on and climb all the way to the top. Colin Osborne and Chris Landman stand between him and Robert Thornton, and that duo are about to play next. Landman and Osborne on the stage, ready to do battle in the 7th game of today's 15, and it's a big one. It will determine who's the main contender for Thorn's crown in P1 at the top of the Group A table. So without further ado, let's get it on in the company of Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. And I suppose it's appropriate with Gladiators returning to Saturday Night TV that we say contenders ready. Osborne v Landman to be the man that will challenge Robert Thornton at the top of the table. And Osborne really has been the player of the day so far. 92 and 93 the averages so far today. And in that last game against Jeroen Caron,
First
it was
leg,
only a
it's
real
Chris to throw
blot
first.
at the end that saw his average dovetail below the
Game
tongue.
on.
Did you get approached from Gladiators to be part of that show?
95.
Guy Mowbray got the commentary job for that. Oh, I mean, I'm not going to be a wolf, am I? Or Jet.
140.
There is only one jet from Gladiators.
60.
That's returning to Saturday Night TV in a few weeks' time. Bradley Walsh and his son Barney are going to be taking over.
I might apply. That seems like my sort of show. That's a bit like a gladiator.
60.
There's a gladiator dance, isn't it? Mark McGeaney.
Yes.
One we've seen here at the Super Series on a
100.
few occasions. Played a couple of seniors events last year. Took on the Power.
85.
Boris Kretschmar can make a gladiator.
140.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to take him on at too many activities.
So, Landman, 106 for the
140.
opening
Pressure
leg.
required,
Osborne keeping
106.
close order. Landman, who landed a 120 to beat Robert Thornton,
66.
could not kickstart this game.
Colin, you require 76.
A 106, so Osborne comes back wanting 76. Gonna get a dart, a double top.
Game shot
Only
on the
needs the
first
dart at
leg.
tops to break
Colin
the throne.
Osborne.
15, 1-0 Osborne.
Second leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on. 32. 140. 100. 180.
A lot of encouragement here for Osborne and for Landman when you look ahead, and I still think the distress signals are
134.
going for Robert Thornton. I mean, if Robert Thornton was a ship and I was on it, I'd be looking for the lifeboats right now. And Conan Whitehead's just put in that big performance. He'll have the darts against
135.
Robert Thornton. And Colin Osborne's still got the opportunity to play Robert Thornton. This is not over.
105.
Landman's on
Pressure
for an
required
11.
46.
Landman wants tops. 10s.
26.
Doesn't go. And so Osborne,
Colin, you
who
require 130.
picked the pocket of Landman in the first leg, has got the opportunity to do the same in leg 2 if he can find the 130. Treble for Bull. The bullseye for 2-0.
105.
That would have stung for
Chris,
Chris
you
Landman.
require 20. $10. Colin, you require 25.
Well, the second dart thrown extremely fast, expected to go in, blocked it up. He had to try and open the bed up. He took the move and wasn't able to recalibrate.
Game shot on a
Colin
second
Osborne
leg.
does
Colin
what Colin
Osborne.
Osborne's been doing. You give him a chance, he takes it. And what's
Third leg, it's
interesting
Chris to
now,
throw
yes,
first.
he's got
Game on.
a fixture more as things stand.
100.
But the live in-play table moves Colin Osborne to the very peak of the mountain.
As I'd say in Formula 1, he's on provisional
60.
pole.
100. $45.
Bourne has had an off leg, and this time Landman does have breathing space in both the opening legs. Landman had wheeled away with a scoring phase, but Osborne just managed to reel him back
60.
in. There's 6 starts to the double in that last leg to level up. But he's going to get more to bring it back to 2-1.
100. Chris, you require 161.
Does he go for the ball? He does go for the ball, and he nearly finds
136.
it.
$140. Chris, you require 25.
Double 8.
17.
Doesn't go, and it's a Tellemore
Colin, you
missed doubles.
require
That's now 9 for
156.
Landman. And this would be the ultimate sickener. Oh, this would sting. But the second treble doesn't go.
100. Chris, you require 8. $4.
Well, the
Colin, you
opportunities are
require
presenting
56.
themselves, 12 to be precise. 12 darts for Landman, and he hasn't landed a single
shot on
double.
the
And
third
once
leg,
again, Colin
Osborne.
Osborne picks his pocket, and it's almost like he's trying to fight off a smile. I get it.
Fourth leg.
I'd
It's
be
Colin to throw
delirious right
first.
now if I was Colin
Game
Osborne.
on. $100. $100. $60. $140.
Lots of room in the bed there for Osborne.
82. $60.
Quick opportunity to have a glance at the live in-play table. You'll see Colin Osborne top as things stand.
43.
That will get the attention of Robert Thornton. Comes up in a couple of games' time against Conan Whitehead. But there may be more legs in this one yet.
139.
And Osborne only on top by the single leg as things stand. But Landman yet to hit a double. He's 0 from 12. He should get at least another dart in this leg to get one of the breaks to throw back that he's going to need here
60.
against Colin Osborne.
Chris, you require 62.
Well, he could have been 3-0 up in the match. He finds himself 3-0 down, and he's going to get another couple in hand at double 16. But that is now
54.
14
Colin, you
missed
require
darts at a double in this
156.
match. And is Osborne going to make him royally pay? Not this time. But this time, Landman has to land the double 4.
82. Chris, you require 8.
Madhouse. Madness.
No score.
And Osborne can
Colin,
pick the
you
pocket
require
again.
74.
Osborne must be thinking it's still Christmas. Landman has given him the gift wrapped with a bow.
58.
First time
Chris, you
Osborne
require 8.
blinks and makes a mistake. Landman coming inside the double 1 means he goes back to double 4.
Game shot
And
on the
finally,
fourth leg. Chris Landman.
Chris Landman hits a dart in the double. It's took him 20 attempts. He has finally
Fifth
won a
leg.
leg
It's
of
Chris
darts
to throw first.
in this match.
Game on.
Had he had a 20 dart leg, he would probably have been disappointed. But to have 20 darts at the double.
140.
However, 20 darts at the double with only 1 hit,
100.
19 missed darts at a double, and he's still averaging 87. That shows us how much he is outscoring Colin
100.
Osborne and how many opportunities he's creating himself. So maybe there's quite a bit more to go in this fixture.
81. $55.
Do you have another?
100.
Sun just keeps him ticking and brimming in the background. Keeps him honest, as some would say.
100.
I suppose it'd be ironic considering the struggles that
100.
Landman has had on the
Chris, you
doubles if he
require
could find a ton plus
106.
out here. But the 106 is still a possibility. Double 18, he's changed the MO. The change of
88.
tack doesn't mean a
Colin,
change
you
of
require
fortune.
120.
And Osborne with a 120, the finish Landman hit to beat Thornton. He could be hoisted here by his own petard. Tops.
100. Chris, you require 18. No score. Colin, you
And
require
he's bust the
20.
double 9. And that was a 23rd missed dart at a double in this match. And that might be the last one he gets. Because
Big shot
Osborne
and the
steps in
match.
on the double
Colin
10,
Osborne.
stepping in like he has done all game. He is taking advantage of the numerous opportunities that Chris Landman gave him. 23 missed darts at a double in that one by Chris Landman. And Colin Osborne, with that 44% on the doubling, was able to take full advantage of that. A 4-1 victory for the Wizard in that one. Coming up after the break, Darryl Pilgrim off the back of that 105 average in defeat to Conan Whitehead is in action against Jeroen Caron.
Yeah, do indeed get your tickets to come here to a Super Series Saturday night. There will be people who did that last year and are now able to say, I was there. I saw him, Luke Littler, lifting that trophy on the stage. He did it twice, of course. Daryl Pilgrim still looking to enjoy success at the Super Series. Hasn't won an entire series yet, although he has been knocking on the door. It remains to be seen whether he'll get the chance to do that or whether he goes and gets a tour card himself at qualifying school. He takes on Jeroen Caron here. Had a very good start to his debut campaign yesterday, but hasn't won a leg so far today. Will that change here? We will find out, and the action will be described by Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Well, thank you very much, Chris. And as far as the odds compilers lay, well, they don't lay a hope on Jeroen Caron. He's a 3-1 outsider with the bookmakers to win this game. Daryl Pilgrim on at 2-9. And if he played anything like he did against Conan Whitehead there, you just sense on the passage of play today, he'll be too strong for the Belgian.
Well, the Belgium's yet to win a leg. He's lost both his fixtures 4-0 so far, and
43.
that's with 14 darts at a double, not able to convert any of them as of yet. Pilgrim warming to the task, but
95.
who would have realistically had Pilgrim 2 points adrift at the bottom of the table at this stage? He was the 5-2 favourite to win the week.
Has there been more promising signs, though, today for you that no matter what happens, where he's plays, whether it's C, whether it's B, that he is still in good stead for the rest of the week?
It just looked tight.
140.
And again, I may keep mentioning it, this time of year, we do get a couple of iffy performances. It's what have the players been doing over that holiday period? We aren't talking about full-time professionals here who will be like, right, I've got to make sure I'm on the practice board here. They're players that would have probably thought, I've got a week and a half off work and spend a bit of time with the family. Eat a few chockies. Cover myself in Lynx Africa.
134.
You got your deodorant for the year ready now, haven't you, Matt?
Yep, one can.
So Caron 1-2-4 for the breaker throw in the first leg. Remember, it was a 3-1 outsider in this match from the get-go with the darts. But Pilgrim hits a max, meaning this has to go. Treble 18 and bull. Not going to happen. So Pilgrim back for double 14.
38.
Oh, and that's an ill-opportune time for bounce out.
Well, I didn't think the bounce out would actually matter, to be fair, when it originally happened. Pilgrim coming up with 3 darts in the hand. Now, all of a sudden, it becomes an important factor.
Game shot on the first leg.
Comfortably brushed aside, and now comes the frustration for Daryl Pilgrim. It goes from disappointment and head shaking to anger.
Game on.
You'll be thinking, where's my game gone? What is going on? Where's the Daryl Pilgrim that stood on this stage not long ago, throwing 122 average? Putting in the best average of anybody in the world
96
in 2023.
Yeah, the top 2 averages here in 2023. Back-to-back matches. Coming from Luke Littler, 117.88 in a final against Andy Barton's back in July.
$100. $100.
Dean, give it quite a bit of the doubles people's eyebrow, the double eyebrow raise.
77.
From Daryl Pilgrim, very expressive. Something I don't really associate him with, really, being a very expressive player, but that always comes when you don't feel very comfortable
46.
within yourself and what you're doing up there at the moment.
Do you remember that Cadbury's advert? with the eyebrows.
The one with the gorilla playing the drums.
No, there's one with...
Coronation Street one.
94.
Crunchy on the roller
Daryl, you
coaster.
require 155.
no, the one with the eyebrows.
No.
155 for Pilgrim. This would raise some eyebrows. I'll
43.
show you that in the break.
Jeroen, you require
Caron,
134.
I won't have time in the break. I'll be too busy watching the monkey play the drums again. I've remembered about that one.
94.
And Pilgrim,
Daryl, you
remember how
require
to hit a double.
112.
Needs a treble first.
Actually, a bad guide. There's a perfect guide for double 16.
80.
And Caron
Jeroen,
here,
you require
2-0.
40.
A breaker throw. Remember, he was legless going into this game. He could find himself 2-0 to the good here. Double 10. Oh,
35.
no, that's wild. That's wild,
Daryl, you
and Pilgrim
require
can step in.
32.
2-8.
Game shot on the
And Pilgrim
second
does
leg.
step in. Level we
Daryl
are
Pilgrim.
1-1. And Caron knows he's missed a big opportunity there to break the throw.
Third leg, it's Jeroen to throw first. Game on. $60. $60.
They are the shots as a player that are the most frustrating. When you throw a dart perfectly on the wire and it's sat nice and you think, 140. You throw another one on the wire,
60.
you think, at least I'll get a ton. And you end up with 60. And you throw 3 very well thrown darts. That made that 4. Although this time was able to
140.
use that opening dart to come away with the 140. But those tightly packed 60s, they're frustrating. Because you've done nothing wrong. You've just on the wrong side of a very, very small margin. That is the
57.
dartboard.
Pilgrim's got the darts now. He's stolen it away from Jeroen.
85. $100.
Bit of information for you regarding Jeroen. He's actually the nephew of a man who's just lost his PDC tour card. Someone we saw at the World Championship, Mario van den Boogaard.
Great fact finding.
86.
Darting family. We've seen second generation darters, haven't we? We've seen like Aaron Monk here at the Super Series, son of Colin.
100. Daryl, you require
Josh and
130.
James Richardson.
Double 5 for 130 for Daryl Pilgrim.
120.
Does it go?
Jeroen,
So
you
Caron
require
needs to take this 1-2 for you,
124.
Phil. Double 18 and bull. The bullseye.
82.
But it's another flyer when it's come
Daryl,
to
you
a dart
require
in the outer
10.
ring. Double 2.
8.
Dart
Jeroen, you
blue, but it's a
require
dart that's
42.
blue as far as Pilgrim is concerned. And he may be feeling blue if Caron takes out the 42. Double 16.
10.
But that is now 1
Daryl, you
from 7 on the
require
outer
2.
ring. The Pilgrim back for the pesky double 1. 1 up,
No score.
1 down. And
Jeroen, you
Pilgrim's
require
face has got a
32.
frown. Well, he's getting opportunities. He can't say he hasn't had
Game
them.
shot on
And
the
this time he
third
takes
leg, Jeroen
advantage. He leads
Caron.
2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Darryl to throw first. Game on.
Spoke a lot
93.
about the development of darts in Belgium and the flag bearers of Belgium darts and how that country is really taking darts on board in recent times. But we missed someone out yesterday when we spoke about the darts in Belgium. We missed out one of the original flag bearers, Eric Claris, someone whose career was cut a little bit short. I believe the story goes he fell off a ladder.
85.
Ended up with too many broken bones to recover and be able to play properly. But he's doing a lot of work over in Belgium. He's doing a lot of coaching and academies. And one of the academies that he's doing is in association with a Belgium TV channel where 16 players are selected to enter Q School under the costs of the academy and the guidance of the academy. One of those players,
97.
Jeroen Caron.
Yeah, Eric, who's been doing some TV punditry out there for the World Championships. Him and Brian Roman have been part of the commentary team on
97.
Belgian TV, and they're recording good numbers out there, especially for games that involving the Belgian players, the likes of Kim and Dimitri. What's this Belgian darter going to do? He's on the cusp of a 3-1 lead and the break of throw against Darryl Pilgrim. 1-2-9. Two or 20 ball. Don't go. Pilgrim, 1-2-6 to level this game
57.
back up.
Darryl, you require 126.
Another. Double 6. To
Game
turn the screw.
Darryl Pilgrim.
That could be a game changer for Darryl Pilgrim. Caron was sat on 72 for a 3-1 lead. Pilgrim takes out the 1-2-6. And we have a level game again.
Game on.
A lot to like about Caron here. Just stood at the back of the stage, was making no contact with the eyes with Darryl Pilgrim.
81.
Watching the TV monitor. No engagement. Real good stage presence there. But right now, the man on stage, Darryl Pilgrim, is starting to produce Darryl Pilgrim stuff.
$140.
Is this another Pilgrim purple patch? Could it be another Pilgrim perfect moment? Not this time.
100. $100.
What a leg this is.
140.
He has turned the screw in this game. That 1-2-6. And then max 140, ton to leave on 82 after 9. Caron's going with him, but Pilgrim has just found another level.
Darryl, you require 81.
3-2, break of throw. Double 18 for an 11 dart leg. Double 9.
63.
But the misses have reared his
Jeroen, you
ugly head
require
again.
80.
And Caron has kept himself in this leg and may get the opportunity that just deserts, but that moves into the single one. It's going to have to be a recovery act, one which he can't find.
39. Darryl, you require 18. $10.
And this is why he threw his arms out to the
Jeroen,
side
you
after taking the
require
1-2-6,
41.
thinking, how can I take a 1-2-6, but I can't take a single dart at the double? And he's in a position here where he's facing 2 darts.
Game shot on a 5th
And
leg.
he does
Jeroen Caron.
go to that position where he's a leg away from losing this match.
6th leg. It's Darryl
But
to throw
also
first.
now in a position
Game on.
where regardless of the result of this fixture, Darryl Pilgrim will be walking off that stage bottom of the table.
57.
Jeroen Caron was a 3-1 outside dog to win this match. And now, he is the bookmaker's favourite for the first time. He's 8-15 in running. You can now make that 2-7.
$134.
But we know Pilgrim is going to follow him to the line.
$60.
But is that a slip that just lets Pilgrim back through the door just when he wrestled away the darts, one of the first visit of the leg?
140.
He's left himself the fish. Is the game tiptoeing back in the direction of Mr. P?
Look around, he doesn't need to worry,
100.
panic, anything here because
Darryl, you require
he
170.
will have the throw in the last leg. It might be going to the last leg. If Pilgrim finds the ball.
145.
Found the fish yesterday. Couldn't find it that time, but he's going to come back for 25 to send us to the deciding leg.
65.
Be the third of the day.
Darryl, you
Pilgrim
require 25.
has been involved in both of them so far. On the right side of the scoreline against Osborne, the wrong side against Whitehead, and
Game
Darryl
shot,
Pilgrim for a
leg.
third game in
Darryl
succession
Pilgrim.
goes all the way to a 7th leg.
7th and final leg. It's Jeroen to throw first.
Jeroen with the darts.
Game on.
Just to remind you that Darryl Pilgrim was the 13-8 favourite to win the group. He is currently bottom of the pile.
96.
And the reason why, in particular, is because of that telling stat. 3 for 19 on the doubles.
100.
Nice composure here, though, from Jeroen in the last leg shootout. A player who's yet to win a leg other than in this fixture today. Lost his opening 2-4-0.
108.
But what's that composure going to be like when it's under the test and the scrutiny of a max from Darryl Pilgrim?
And he stared that ball down.
100.
He is a man absolutely seething. But he may be a relieved man in a couple of moments' time. Is he going to get himself out of jail? Is he going to get himself out of a pickle? Is Pilgrim?
121.
He's first to a finish. But Caron, if he can find another treble, leaves himself a double 18.
100.
A ton may just be enough.
Darryl, you require 104.
Means this may have to go. A match dart at top, so Darryl Pilgrim for a 12-dart leg and a
84.
decider. It dips below.
Jeroen,
And
you
Jeroen
require
Caron,
76.
this is your moment again.
Story of the game continues for Pilgrim. He's done his task. He had the shot after 12, but that's a slip. Needs the treble. Can't find it.
36.
And maybe the slip.
Darryl, you require 20.
The worst possible time.
And so Pilgrim comes back for double 10
shot
to pick
and the
the
match.
points up to
Darryl
win
Pilgrim.
4-3. At times, it was a battle with himself as well as his opponent, Jeroen Caron. A 92-47 average, a 13-darter in the final leg of the match to get the better of the Belgian by 4 legs to 3. That 1-2-6, well, that could have been key. His opponent was sat on a 2-dart combo. He nailed that, and he nails a 4-3 win. It's not enough to take him off the foot of the table, but it's a win nonetheless. Coming up after the break, it's a battle of 2 Super Series heavyweights as Conan Whitehead, the Series 1 champion, takes on the 2-time World Senior champ in Robert Thornton.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, where the MODUS Super Series is back for 2024. Will it be the year where Robert Thornton finally tastes success on that stage? He's got a perfect record of making it through to finals night, and he might be about to do it again by winning Group A. But Conan Whitehead, who has enjoyed a Super Series Grand Final victory, won the first ever series, stands in his way here and might stand in his way of returning to the top of the table. Thornton versus Whitehead is game 9 of 15 today, and talking you through all of them are Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Well, when you look at the league table and you look at the position of the two players, you'd say that it is a Robert Thornton victory, and the odds compilers, well, they go against Robert Thornton. That is because of the form of both players, and they've kind of, well, they've seesawed and swapped
First leg, it's
from
Conan
one day
to
to
throw
another.
first.
Thornton, he has
Game
regressed
on.
to a large tune, whilst Whitehead has really upped the level today. 90 average against Landman, 102 against Pilgrim. He's a type of player that we know if he has a bit of a bee in his bonnet, he can go through some gears. And it looks like it's the case today.
I like the play on Conan Whitehead here in this game.
60.
The two players are going in two different directions. Whitehead beginning to find his best, while Thornton visibly struggling. Will just want to get over that line at the
140.
earliest possibility here. Robert Thornton get through to Saturday.
$140. $100.
Whitehead first to a finish, leaving 1-2-1 after 9.
134. Conan, you require 121.
Robert Thornton, hot on his tail. Treble 17 a bull, but he's dropped the dart. But he's picked it up and he's found the treble.
96.
But he can't quite pick off the bullseye.
Robert, you require 167.
Will Thornton get a shot at the ball himself? He really needed to have found two big trebles. Doesn't find any.
41.
Leaves him
Conan, you
stranded.
require 25.
1-2-6. Whitehead. Two darts in hand. Very comfortable holder throw in the opening leg.
9. Robert, you require 126.
Well, that sense of comfort may turn to unnerve, especially now, because Thornton now wants the bull. But
77.
that is a wild dart from
Conan,
the
you
two-time
require
seniors
16.
champ. That's a fourth missed dart at double for Whitehead.
12.
That's 6 missed for the leg, and Thornton
Robert,
comes
you
back.
require
And if it's been
49.
one thing that Thornton's been good on today, it's been tops.
Game shot on the
And he
first
is again.
leg. Robert
He breaks the throw
Thornton.
of Whitehead, who has spurned 6 opportunities to win the leg, and Thornton is one up.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
And you know that Colin Osborne and Chris Landman, the two final challengers for this top position
80.
that Robert Thornton currently occupies, would have been, you know, a piece of drywall to put the fist through after Conan Whitehead missed those opportunities.
60.
It's the worst position to be in, really, when obviously you want to do
100.
well, but a lot of your short-term future relies on the performance of other
85.
players as well.
$100. $56. $140.
Thornton threatening the break, 81 after 12.
50. Robert, you require 81.
Should be treble 19, double 12 for the fawn. Double 12 is what he wants.
69.
But doesn't get, but has that luxury of time.
$95. Robert, you require 12.
To double his lead. To
Game
confirm
shot
that
on a
break a
second
throw.
leg. Robert Thornton.
Robert Thornton is pulling away once again on that live in-play table.
Third leg. It's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Frustration beginning to show itself once again on Whitehead.
41.
Won't be playing his Super League
60.
match tonight, but he'll certainly be watching it. He'll be live streaming their game across YouTube.
41.
There's another game of darts happening somewhere tonight. I don't know whether you've heard about it, but there's a couple of geezers called Luke playing a game for a couple of quid.
100.
They'll all be tuning into the Kent Super League. Do you want an interesting fact? Last year's World Championship,
78.
Michael versus Michael. This year, Luke versus Luke.
Bring me Simon versus Simon next year. Of course, the final professional game of Russ Bray's
26.
illustrious career. 30 years on the big stage, on the world stage.
Can you do a Russ Bray voice?
When you say voice, I'm not doing a 180 impression.
83.
But can you call the next bit in a Russ Bray voice as a homage to the great man?
140.
No, I said Russ Bray.
Well, that's getting clipped up, isn't it?
128.
Right, 95
Robert, you
for
require
Thornton for the
95.
double break and a 3-0 lead. He goes bullseye first. He's going to go back there. If he can find it, if he can see anything.
Game shot on
He's
the
found
third
it
leg. Robert Thornton.
superbly. He didn't have much of a lie to aim at, but he managed to bed the ball. Thornton
Fourth
leads
leg. It's
3-0.
Robert to throw first. Game on. $125.
Another interesting thing about Russ Bray is I actually have a photo of him
123.
on the World Match Play stage in his underpants.
125.
I feel I might regret saying this word. Explain?
I don't know if I can. I don't know why I've got it, but it's an actual photograph
100.
of Russ Bray on the Match Play stage in his underpants. I'll
96.
bring it in tomorrow.
Please don't. Please don't. No one needs to go through that.
And again, I don't know why I've got it, but also I've got the Russ Bray on his own. And I've got Russ Bray and Dennis
44.
Smith.
Robert, you
Both in
require
underpants.
155.
So just why
59.
Henry recovers from being broken. We'll have a look at Robert Thornton looking at closing out. Another 4-0 victory today.
134.
Kicked off his day perfectly
Robert, you
against
require
Jeroen Caron.
96.
And he's cantering here against Conan Whitehead.
78.
But he's not got over the line yet.
Conan, you
And
require
Whitehead
100.
is back for a ton to bring it back to 3-1. It would be a break as well. Topped. Doesn't go, and so Thornton returns
60.
for double 9 for the match.
Robert, you require 18.
To put himself in a position of authority again.
10.
And this time
Conan,
he
you
might get
require
punished.
40. Game shot on a fourth
Looked
leg.
like an
Conan Whitehead.
invitation the way that first start was sat for Conan Whitehead. One thing Robert Thornton doesn't want is he
Fifth
doesn't want
flag,
long
it's Conan to
games.
throw first. Game on.
Whitehead averaging just 79 in this fixture, which is where this frustration is coming from. But you are still in there and battling.
79. 60.
And of course, you've got a lot of friends and colleagues who are at the Alexandra Palace tonight, working on the PDC World Championships.
140.
A great effort from everybody there. We have 15 players playing at the World Championship, playing at the Super Series in 2023, and one of them is in the final.
78.
Of course, ours truly, Chris Murphy, was a part of the TalkSport team, wasn't he, at Ali Pali?
60.
Good face of radio, isn't he?
$26. 95.
127 to save the game even further. He's got a couple of cracks at this. 17. 65 remaining.
64.
Ironically, if he found the 15, he would have gone straight for the... Hold on. Hold on. Look what he's left again. No way is he going to do it again. He's going to do it again.
Well, he's going to go for it, that's for sure. The 13
Conan, you
and bull.
require 63.
Obviously, the treble 13 would be the preferred target. It's the same hole, I think, as last time, but it's not the same result on the bullseye. And
55.
Robert Thornton,
Robert, you require
these are the sort of
112.
shots that he just gobbles up for breakfast.
He's not going to find, and he may be penned back in
88.
even further. And when we
Conan, you
thought that there
require 8.
was an obituary to be written about Conan Whitehead, he
Big shot on the fifth
finds a
flag,
way
Conan
to
Whitehead.
dig in and stay in the battle. But
Sixth
Thornton
flag, it's
throws
Robert to
now
throw first.
for the match.
Game on. $86.
Conan Whitehead was giving himself an almighty beating up at the back of the stage there, trying to get himself into this, trying to waken himself up.
56. 100. 100.
Big last start for Whitehead, keeps him interested.
$81.
Just when Thornton may have thought he's got a bit of breathing space, Whitehead comes back with a max.
180.
He needs to find a couple of trebles here, Thornton, but not that side of the wire. Thornton was 3-0 up.
35.
And now Whitehead is favourite to make it 3-3, and he'd have the darts in the last.
$95.
Wasn't really a route in there to the treble 19. We could see that hideous deflection with the last start from Conan Whitehead.
97. Conan, you require
Robert
70.
keeps himself interested as Whitehead stares down the breaker throw. He's got 2 darts.
54.
2 opportunities.
Robert, you
2
require
moments gone for
102.
Conan Whitehead. Thornton now got a match opportunity once again, but won't get the dart at the
54.
double. It's advantage Conan. He's
Conan, you
now
require
installed as the
16.
favourite to go on to win this match.
Game
He
shot on the
certainly
sixth
will
flag.
be now.
Conan Whitehead.
Going into a last leg shootout, Conan will have the darts, and Thornton has got a lot to
Seventh
ponder at
and
the back of the
final leg.
stage here.
It's Conan to throw
3-0 up.
first. Game
He's
on.
seen that lead evaporate, and he does not know why.
He doesn't know where to look. He may be looking
92.
in front of him and looking at Colin Osborne in front of him in the table. Is it beginning to unravel for the Fawn?
28.
The ball now is very much in the Barbarians' court.
I don't think it's beginning to unravel for the Thorn. I think it's been unraveling for the last 5 minutes. He's now just starting to show signs
41.
of the unraveling. The body language is not good right now with Thornton. He needs something positive to happen, and something positive to happen very soon.
54.
Because he is losing touch of not just this leg, not just the scoreboard, but of his own emotions. And if this continues, he might be losing touch of the top of the mountain.
135.
As things stand, Colin Osborne will end lap 8 at the top of the table. Big, big leg for the Thorn.
99.
And crucially as well for Whitehead, if he wins this leg, he'll move on to 8 points, level with Chris Landman. Going into the last couple of rounds of matches. Group B qualification, also a very big
140.
prize when it comes to a Wednesday at the Super Series. And he is going
100.
to have the opportunity to take out the 93, but he may have to take
Only
it out one
require
turn now on the back
93.
of that max. Treble 14 or treble 18. Treble 14, he's double 16 for the match
61.
for Whitehead, and that would have been for a
Robert,
turnaround
you
win.
require 140.
Well, this would be some turnaround, wouldn't it? 320 points in 6 would be the target for Thornton. All he can do is set it up and hope that
100.
Whitehead gives him the
Ronan, you require
opportunity that he
32.
has gave him in the first place.
He has missed 12 at a double in this match, Conan Whitehead,
Game shot,
but he is not
unmatched.
going to
Conan
miss
Whitehead.
a 13th as Conan Whitehead gets the better of Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 3, and the Fawn, who had an almighty cushion at the top of the table, is seeing it dwindled and dwindled and dwindled to the point of no return. Conan Whitehead puts himself in the Group B picture with a 4-3 win against the Fawn with an average of 82.51, 4 out of 16 when it came to the doubling. Whitehead, the victor against the Fawn. Coming up after the break, Jeroen Caron and Chris Landman go toe-to-toe.
Well, it is coming to the crunch here in Group A at the MODUS Super Series. Just 6 matches remaining to determine who will make it through as the group winner. And as you can see, well, Robert Thornton got off to the perfect start, a 4-0 win against Jeroen Caron. But since then, it's turned into a little bit of a nightmare for the Thorn, losing 4-2 to Chris Landman in his second game and then losing 4-3 after leading 3-0 to Conan Whitehead in the one before that. Colin Osborne's been quietly going about his work since that 4-3 defeat to Daryl Pilgrim in his opener, a 4-0 win for himself against Caron and a 4-1 thrashing of Landman as well. And that all amounts to a league table that sees Colin Osborne sitting top, tied on 10 points with Thornton. Now, they play in the very last match of this session. So one of those will get to 12. That means Caron and Pilgrim are out of the race for top spot, and Landman or Whitehead would have to win both of their matches to have any chance. So it's looking like a race between the top two, but we will see how it plays out. The next match features Chris Landman and Jeroen Caron, and talking you through it, it's back to Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And earlier on this morning, it felt like it was going to be a victory parade for Robert Thornton, but now things are looking a little bit more precarious for the Thorn. Then Chris Landman has got an opportunity by playing first in this round of fixtures to pile the pressure on the top two. And they've both got tricky fixtures. Osborne's got Whitehead, who has improved today, and Thornton has got Pilgrim. And the way the two are playing, it could well be a Pilgrim win as we have a look at the magnificent surroundings of the MODUS Live Lounge in Portsmouth, the venue for the MODUS Super Series. But who is going to spend a couple of days away? That's the question we're going to find out. And Chris Landman could just put himself in the picture a little bit, can't he, of a win here?
To throw first. Game on.
Oh, absolutely. He'll go joint top of the table on 10 points. There is plenty to be played for, but you mentioned about you felt it could have been a victory parade here for Robert Thornton, but luckily for you, Mr.
57.
Deacon. Yeah, by the way, this is that point of the day where I'm going to start blowing my own trumpet again. You know, it happens at least 7 times a day. Luckily for you, Mr. Deacon, you're sat next to a pundit that has an 86% strike rate when it comes to darts tipping. And I warned people at the start of the show that Robert Thornton, despite being clear at the top of the table, was very vulnerable, and the
61.
advice was to back against.
No praise like self-praise, Mr. Edgar.
I've been waiting for you to chuck it my way all day, so I thought I'd just do it
95.
myself.
Yeah, the MODUS Super Series has some of the best pundits in the world. Glenn and Chris are here next week.
98. $100.
Much better here from Jeroen Caron in terms of the action. I flagged up a couple of concerns earlier on in the day, just worried that there was no extension, looking like there was tightness and stiffness and engagement of the brain. That appears to be going as the day goes on. Maybe it was just because... Yeah, speak too soon, Edgar, speak too soon. But maybe it was because he could actually see a possibility of winning this group. Because he came in today with a genuine shot.
We're going to get a shot of the 161, and so Caron comes back for 148.
Jeroen, you require 148.
And the scoring power that Landman is possessing at this present moment in time on the back of that first game, he may well just be restricted to these types of pop shots.
48.
2 12s
you
for
require
1-0.
24.
Can he nudge it in? Can he nudge it off the barrel of the first? No is the answer.
Jeroen, you require 100.
Went 25 last start, Jeroen, so he leaves himself on a solitary ton. Tops. Doesn't go. Landman presenting with another opportunity.
60.
He's 1 from 24 against Colin Osborne. He's missed 3 already. Now 4 and 5. But double 6 of his 6.
Chris Landman.
He's in win the first leg with a break of throw. 1-0.
Second leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
Jack Garwood, our
100.
referee for this afternoon's action here at the Super Series. Going to be with us for most of the week.
60.
He's going to be with us until Friday night, and then standing in on Saturday is Owen Binks.
91.
There he is, Jack Garwood. He's
93.
been very much on the brag, is Jack, about his 9-dart proclivities here.
95.
He's refereed less than 30 sessions and he's had 3 9-darters.
He just brings out the best in people, doesn't he?
Some would call him a magnet, but
180.
with his unique 180 call.
140.
So then for 2-0, Landman pressing on the tiller now.
47. Christian requires 75.
18. And now double top.
55.
And again,
Jeroen, you
that
require
drag below on double
121.
top. It's kind of been a story of the week so far for Chris Landman. Oh, this would be a pincher if he finds the ball. But now it's
90.
Caron's turn to drag
Christian
low.
require 20. Game shot on the second leg, Chris Landman.
I think when we talk about those sort of dogged performers who are able
Third
to
leg, it's
get
Jeroen
results
to
out
throw
of all sorts
first.
of situations, I think
Game
maybe we
on.
underestimate Chris Landman in that category. Yes, he's been able to hit some really good stuff, like when reaching the final of that PDC Pro Tour.
98.
We look at his performance here, and he's quite often in the lower end of the
140.
80 averages, but he's going to be joint top of this table. He finds ways to win. And I think sometimes we often find that steeliness, or we feel that steeliness from a more methodical player. Maybe we're just
59.
overlooking it because of the pace of Landman here.
I genuinely think he's probably one of the most understated players of our tour card.
60.
He's made a Lakeside final right this year. He's made a Lakeside final, but yet people still aren't talking about him.
$100. $60. $100. $100. Jeroen, you require 144.
144 plays 141 in this third leg. Jeroen Caron, first poke of the 144. Another one of them. Would have left double 12. Landman 141 for the double break and a 3-0 lead.
114. Chris, you require 141.
Treble 19. Double 12.
129. Jeroen, you
Missed
require
inside.
30.
And this, double 15, has kind of been a
Game shot on the third
double
leg.
that's
Jeroen
kind of given
Caron.
Jeroen some pain, because you may remember he miscounted on this yesterday against Robert Thornton. He's pinned it that time
Fourth
to bring it
leg,
back
it's
to
Chris to throw
2-1.
first.
But Landman has the darts
Game
here.
on. 60. $35.
What's on your darting wish list for 2024, Matt?
140.
Lakeside. The trophy. It's all I want. It's all that matters. I don't want anything but
57.
winning that.
Where are you in terms of the rankings?
30, I think, in terms
100.
for Lakeside. So I don't need to do too much more to get in there. But I want to be in there as a seed. I've got my 5 shirts all designed for every round. Not happy with anything but the title. No quarterfinals or semis or any of that malarkey.
171.
Title.
Special shirt printed for the final.
They're already designed. They're ready to go.
123.
Chris Landman might be one of those people in your way. He's in the way of Jeroen at the minute. 2-1 he leads, 78 points away from a 3-1 advantage.
100. Chris, you require 78.
Double 12. He's had some trials and tribulations here, but he manages to caress the third dart onto the barrel of the second and into the bed. 3-1 Landman leads.
5th leg, it's Jeroen to throw first. Game on.
We do have a player who has conquered Lakeside on 3 separate occasions, joining us tomorrow in Group B from 10 p.m. Glenn Durrant returns to the hockey.
171.
Now, he's hit a 171 to
60.
start. He has to hit a 180 if he wants to hit a 9.
That's a beautiful dart. That's inviting. He's on.
180.
This could be the greatest 9 darter ever. 3 treble 19s, 3 treble 20s, 3 bulls.
100. Jeroen, you require 150.
Please, 3 bulls.
He goes by way of convention. Jeroen.
You'd have hit 3 bulls
58.
as well.
That's where you needed to substitute in Conan Whitehead.
100. Jeroen, you require 92.
Oh, I now dream of a day someone does that. 3 treble 20s, 3 treble 19s, 3 bulls.
Double 18
Shot
for
on the
12
fifth
darts, so
leg,
that'll do.
Jeroen Caron.
Chris Landman does throw for the match, though, here.
Right, next time I'm in the suit, I'm
Sixth
doing that.
leg,
Next time I'm in the
it's
Super
Chris to throw
Series. 3 treble
first.
20s, 3 treble 19s, 3
Game
bulls.
on.
The only problem is getting the 3 treble 20s first.
41.
Social media team, please clip that up. It will remind you of that upon your next exploits here at the Super Series.
57.
Yeah, it'll all go wrong on the first dart. That's the problem for me, but that'll be the plan.
140.
Incidentally, if you are watching on the Super Series YouTube channel, do drop us a subscribe because there is an alarming amount of you that
60.
watch us and you don't subscribe. We reckon about 71% of all viewers of the MODUS Super Series don't subscribe to our YouTube channel, and you're missing out on plenty of great stuff, plenty of goodies. You get highlights of every
82.
session. We've got bonus content, 9 darters, bullseye challenges, around the world challenges, you name it. There's plenty of darting content at your fingertips.
100.
And you get to know first if you click the notification bell and the subscribe button.
$96. Chris, you require 160.
6 of the match. Another one of them would have left tops, but he's going
100.
to set up in kind. He's going to get a couple of tops, or at least he should upon his return.
$60.
20 for
Chris,
tops
you
for the match,
require
and it would
60.
move Chris Landman on to 10 points. Keep him in the mix.
40. Jeroen, you require 150.
Still at 3 balls now. Does it go? So Landman's going to get another go at the match.
98.
Double 10 to move him on
Chris, you require
to 10
20.
points. And to just keep him in the conversation at the top of the table, but that last start was
Jeroen, you
wild.
require 52.
And Jeroen comes back for 52. An opportunity he perhaps didn't expect, but it's one he's going to get. But not take
22.
advantage of.
Chris, you require 14.
Can Chris crawl over the line?
Game shot.
Yes, he
and the
can.
match, Chris
Eventually,
Landman.
Chris Landman picks up the win that puts him on to 10 points and keeps him in the equation. He beats Jeroen Caron by 4 legs to 2, just to ask the question of Colin Osborne and Robert Thornton. He moves on to 10 points. After the break, we'll see what Osborne's response is. He takes on Conan Whitehead. If the Barbarian wins this match, we'll have 4 players at the top of the table, all tied on the same number of points. It threatens to be a drama-ridden end to Group A, so do join us after the break to see how Osborne and Whitehead get on when they go toe-to-toe.
And so the race is on to win Group A here at the Super Series. And, well, it's going to be a grandstand finish. Conan Whitehead can put himself in the frame if he can get the better of Colin Osborne. If he does that and beats the table topper here, there'll be 4 players tied on 10 points, with Osborne joined by Landman, Thornton, and this man, if he can pick up the victory. If he loses, he's out of that race, and Osborne is in the box seat ahead of Landman and Thornton, who are chasing him, and Thornton takes on Osborne in the last match of the day. It could all come down to that, but first job here is beating Conan Whitehead, and your commentary team is Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, thank you, Chris.
First leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
So, Chris Landman's made his statement of intent clear. What could Conan Whitehead do? From the depths of the bottom of the table, he may well find himself tied at the top. But Osborne, arguably over the course of
42.
3 games, has been the player of the day, you could say, Matt.
I think there's probably a couple
51.
of players that could contest that award. It has been a step up from most players, which is what we expected to see coming into today.
60.
Osborne has more than stepped up. He's gone to the top of the table here, and
98.
Robert Thornton is just sliding away, sliding down there, and there was that little bit of concern coming into today
60.
that maybe he can't match the pace of the group, so to speak, in terms of how long he's going to need to sustain that top level of performance for. He may go from top of the table
140.
into a Group C position.
$93.
Whitehead, we talk about first dart merchants, and that first dart clips the top of the bed like that. You expect at least a bedfellow, and that's exactly what he finds. Even 72 after 12, threatening the break of throw from Colin Osborne, who in the last game, it has to be 7, he took on Chris Landman. He had
43.
to bide his time
Conan,
and
you
bide
require
opportunities.
72.
The opponent missed 23 at a double. But Whitehead is a different quantity when he
Game
gets
shot
an
on the first
opportunity.
leg,
A
Conan
14
Whitehead.
dart breaker throw to start for Conan Whitehead. Sending his stall out.
Second leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Looking for fourth win in a row is Conan Whitehead today. And kicks off leg 2 in perfect style.
180. $100.
And he's one of those players, Conan, that when he hits a first max,
100.
you just go quiet a little bit because he's a perennial contender for a perfect leg.
Well, let's hope it's a lot more maxes, eh?
95.
Thanks, Henry D can go quiet. Anything that does that will have a few more of those.
$43. $40.
Whitehead, having got the break in the first, moving ahead with the second.
52. $136. Conan, you
A
require
2-0 lead, 126 to Whitehead. Treble 19 and Bull. And the way that dart sat up, that was a difficult second to find the treble.
98. Colin, you require 130.
Osborne has had a 127 today.
Just needed a big fat 20 there and went aggressive, went for the treble, and he's ended up
Conan, you require
coming off the line and offering Conan Whitehead 3 darts here. An opportunity to double his lead.
Game shot on his second
Don't need to
leg.
give
Conan Whitehead.
too many opportunities. It's the group where we say, does anyone want to win this?
Third leg, it's Colin to throw first.
We now,
Game on.
in play, have a new leader once again. It was Robert Thornton. He got replaced at the top of the table by Colin Osborne.
59.
But on the basis of legs 1, he is now replaced at the top of the table by Chris Landman, who's not even on the stage.
70.
But have a look at the two columns to the right. 10, 10, 10, 4, 4, 4. And this really subscribes to the Paul Nicholson strategy of win big, lose tight, because you always win legs.
140.
And that could be what happens to Chris Landman, because he may have only picked up 6 points on day 1, but he won 18 legs. The only in-play legs he lost, if you get what I mean, are those he could have possibly won
140.
when last leg deciders 4-3.
And just off your screen, you can't see at the moment, in 4th position is Conan Whitehead. And the amount of points that Conan Whitehead has got,
98.
10. 4 players, all in joint top position when it comes to the points column. Exactly
81.
what we expected to see the second that we saw this lineup come out. We saw this Group A.
And there is a potential if Pilgrim beats Thornton. Because Thornton and Osborne play in the last
66.
game, one of them's guaranteed to be on 12. 3 players could end this group on 12 points. Because Pilgrim plays Landman and Whitehead plays Caron in the last round of fixtures.
60. Colin, you require 138.
Could be an unprecedented ending to an unprecedented group. You know what Conan's going to do. Surely he's... Is he?
84.
Well, he's been going 13
Conan, you
ball.
require 150.
Are you going to go bull, bull, bull? One day he's going to hit it, and it's going to be the greatest checkout you'll ever see in your
65.
life.
Colin,
Well,
you
of course,
require
seen it.
54.
Simon Whitlock using it on the European tour. Colin
14.
Osborne in the last
Conan,
game
you
just kept
require
pinching
85.
the pocket of Chris Landman. Every opportunity that was presented his way, he took it. That has not continued into this game with Whitehead, who wants double 5 for a double breaker
Getting
throw.
shot on a third
to put
leg.
himself a
Conan
leg away.
Whitehead.
Colin Osborne, a lot of thinking to do as Conan Whitehead
Fourth
continues
leg,
to
it's Conan
beat
to throw
himself up
first.
physically.
Game
Saw him
on.
in the last game, give himself a good beating around the head. At least this time he's chose the leg.
And
81.
the other metric as well we need to talk about is Colin Osborne could go from 1st to 4th in a game, because if he loses this 4-0, Whitehead moves on to 10 points plus 2. They'll both be level on legs 1.
80.
Now, the determining factor, of course, is then after that, head-to-head records, which so far in this group, in yesterday's game, Osborne won 4-3, but because Whitehead would win 4-0, he would have a
100.
better head-to-head record.
Landman and Thornton not even on stage, both going up in positions as
140.
well. As things stand. What a Group A. Jeopardy was what I said about this Group A, just being a 2-day event. Jeopardy.
55.
It turns out the only Jeopardy on TV is not a quiz show presented by Stephen Fry.
45.
But Conan knows that that was a slip. He may get away with it. But he knows that from 180 he should be leaving something better than 135. But he is going to be
59.
allowed to get away
Conan,
for the
you
error of
require
his raise.
135.
Osborne leads 167. Whitehead 135. Hail Mary time for Colin Osborne. 167 to
99.
save the match, with
Colin,
Whitehead
you
back
require
on 36 to win it.
167.
Not to be. And so Conan Whitehead to close out a 4-0 win. His
26.
fourth win of
Conan,
the
you
day.
require 36.
He wants double 18.
Game
The
shot and the
response
match.
of
Conan
a champion.
Whitehead.
Conan Whitehead, who was down at the depths of the league table, has put in a day, 4 wins in a row, which puts him in the mix as an outsider. A 4-0 win with a 92.5 average against Colin Osborne has leapfrogged him to 3rd. A couple of games ago, Colin Osborne was top of the table. He's now 4th. It's advantage Chris Landman, Robert Thornton to play against Daryl Pilgrim, and if Pilgrim wins this, we'll have an unprecedented situation. 4 players tied on the same number of points going into the last round of fixtures.
Well, before a dart was thrown in this group, Daryl Pilgrim was the favourite to win it. And before a dart was thrown today, Robert Thornton was the favourite to win it after sitting top of the table after the first of 2 days' play. However, Thornton now is tied on 10 points with Chris Landman, Colin Osborne and Conan Whitehead, who is threatening to go through the card and maybe even make it all the way from bottom of the table to top. He's going to take on Jeroen Caron in his final match next. But if Robert Thornton wins this, he'll be the one in the box seat yet again. He'll be on 12 points with the field chasing him before his last match against Colin Osborne. Daryl Pilgrim, well, he can't make it to the top of the table now. He's got a couple of games left to play, and it looks like he's going to be in Group C. Who would have thought that this week? But Thornton looking for an important win to put himself back in pole position. I'll hand you back to Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much,
leg,
Chris.
It's Daryl to throw first.
What has Robert Thornton
Game
got
on.
in the reserve tank? That's the question we are all wondering here. Because he needs to find
60.
something, and he needs to find something now.
Well, the odds compiler's losing a bit of faith now in Robert Thornton, installing Daryl Pilgrim 1-2 favourite to win this one. But he starts off with perfection after back-to-back defeats that have seen him drop off the top of the table.
134. $98. $140. $40. Daryl, you require 167. $43.
Slip there for Pilgrim to allow Thornton some hope in this leg. More than a little bit of hope here for Robert Thornton. A
159.
perfect visit to the
Daryl,
board.
you require
Puts him 100 ahead of his
124.
opponent, who does get first poke.
Game shot on the first
Not just a
leg,
poke, but a
Daryl
hit.
Pilgrim.
1-2-4 for Daryl Pilgrim to take the opening leg.
I can tell you now,
Second
Robert will
leg,
be
it's
thinking,
Robert to
are
throw
you
first.
kidding me?
Game on.
I've stood here in the back room watching this guy play darts. Nowhere near the levels we know he's
60.
capable of. He's lost 5 fixtures already. I hit him with a max. I hit him with a second maximum visit of the 159 to set up the double 12. And then chips it out
45.
on the ball. Very easy to get into these negative patterns. And it's very, very hard to get out of them once you're there.
140.
Just want to submerge your mind away from the Super Series for a second and just head back to the Ali Pally, because it's just come through in the last 20 minutes or so, last night's viewing figures.
140.
The record viewership for darts in the PDC World Championships in the UK was 1.65 million for the Taylor Anderson final in 2015.
90.
Last night, the game between Littler and Cross peaked at an audience of 2.32 million. That was bigger than the peak audience for the Ashes, bigger than the peak audience for the Ryder Cup
60.
on the television platform that it was on.
Wait till tonight.
I think it'd be the first ever game on
60.
the subscription-based TV channel that breaks 3 million views. I really do. I'm surprised that there hasn't been talks. I know there's been talks of free-to-air broadcasts. Honestly, I think this is going to take things to a new level. Thornton are going to take this game to a new level.
100.
151 after 12.
Robert, you require 151. $93. Daryl, you require 156. $45. Robert, you require
18 for
58.
tops. Well, that leaves double 2.
Game shot on the second
Doesn't
leg,
matter which
Robert
way, as long as you
Thornton.
hit. Thornton levels up 1-1.
third leg. It's Darrell to throw first. Game on.
So
60.
Thornton in desperate search of a win. Level at 1-1 against Darrell Pilgrim, who can only play the role of spoiler.
140.
Just had a tweet from our good friend and colleague, Scott Mitchell. Yeah, the group is still so open with a couple of games to
60.
go. He said he'd be nervous if he was in Group C or B, because you get the sense that this is probably one of the strongest all-round
131.
Group A, probably in comparison to a B or C. And that's no disrespect to the field to come, but the strength and depth in this Group A, well, it's shown by Osborne and Pilgrim being in Group C spots.
93. $28.
A cry of, oh, Robert. That mistake he's going to be allowed to get away with.
100.
Yes is the answer. He's still got 6 on 202.
$140. $100.
Back end of the day is
Robert,
tradition
you
where Robert
require
Thornton begins to
62.
tail off. Not here. He's producing his very best at the
Game shot on
time he
the
needs
third
it
leg,
the very
Robert
most.
Thornton.
Victory here for Thornton. We'll see him
Fourth
return
leg, it's
back
Robert to
to
throw
the top of the
first.
table with just
Game
one
on.
lap of fixtures still to go. Thornton's last fixture would be against Colin Osborne, the man who's now been relegated down to 4th
100.
position.
Maybe after all the drama, Robert Thornton is going to win 2 for 2 to end and just give us a glimmer of hope of a race to the line, but then just quash it.
57. $83. $140.
140 for Thornton. Pilgrim on 284. I
58.
just get a bit of a lump in my throat.
And all emotional.
That's just a tickly cough.
100.
Get emotional on the table. Opportunity for a Group A winner and a couple of days off.
100. Robert, you require 104. Game shot on a fourth leg, Robert
a touch
Thornton.
of class from Robert Thornton, a 104 to make it 3-1. Just when Pilgrim was lurking on the
Fifth leg,
mid-range
it's
finish
Darrell to throw
himself,
first.
he's a leg away for the
Game
match, is the
on.
Thorn.
$99. 100.
Three from three, the doubles, Robert Thornton. There's been a missed double in this match. It's been a real good affair. And
85.
look, we asked the question, didn't we, before, about Robert because of the way he's been playing today on the back of a slow end to yesterday. But he has answered those questions to some tune
100.
thus far.
We're getting to that finish line, and when you go on one of those big runs, like those wolf runs, and
57.
get tired throughout the You look ahead and you see the long road ahead and all the obstacles and the mud and the rain and the cold, and
57.
it feels like a drag. But as soon as you start seeing that finishing line and you get that perk up, you get that second wind, you get to run a bit faster with a bit more impetus because you can see that the end is coming. I feel that's Robert Thornton now just
56.
clawing himself out the mud and getting ready for that sprint finish.
58.
He can see the line in this match upon him, but he may have just raced away from it for now. Pilgrim, now back favourite for the leg.
$100.
But he'll feel like that's only a ton.
$26. Daryl, you require 104.
Where he's had 3 dry turns at the worst possible time, Thornton. Pilgrim loves the 16 on 104.
48. Robert, you require
That's because the treble 16 and the single leads himself tops. Thornton needs 2 treble 20s to leave tops. He's not going to do so, and so Pilgrim back for 56.
81.
Sloppy last start as well. There
Daryl,
will
you
just give
require
Pilgrim more
56.
hope. There'll be 2 darts here for Pilgrim. Hold on to his
Gate on a
throat.
5th leg.
Nice
Daryl
adjustment there
Pilgrim.
from Daryl. Now over to Robert Thornton. This is the leg Robert will throw first in.
6th
So
leg.
Pilgrim,
It's Robert
you
to throw
feel he's
first.
gonna have to be looking at that 12
Game
dart
on.
category here. Because Thornton, with the experience he's got, will know all he needs is a treble a throw. Not that one. That one.
95. $121.
It's going to be that 12 dart bracket for Pilgrim. He's going to need a couple of visits like that where he finds 2 trebles or more.
97.
Robert Thornton continues to do his minimum requirement. He's hitting a treble a throw. He's doing his job.
Thornton could do with another one here.
99.
Still advantage Thornton. But these next throws could be oh so key to the complexion of this leg and thus the match.
59.
Thornton comes up dry and opens the door for Pilgrim.
$100.
Dunn keeps him ticking along.
$45.
So 6 starts for Pilgrim for 181 to send us all the way to a deciding leg. Remember, one last round of fixtures to go after this. Whitehead Caron, Landman Pilgrim,
45.
Thornton v Osborne. How crucial is that last game going to be? There's going to be something riding on that match. But Thornton, has he just found the perfect visit at the perfect time?
What a big exchange of 3
require
darts. Pilgrim
136.
took the advantage in the opening exchanges. The 45 opened the door for Thornton and he came bursting through it. Forces Pilgrim to hit a big finish here. He's caught the flight on the way in. That may be the last darts he throws in this fixture.
100.
We hear
Robert, you
the
require
phrase a lot.
40.
The right things at the right times. And that
And the match,
is exactly what Robert
Thornton.
Thornton has done in this match. When it mattered, he mustered. 4 out of 4 on the doubles, a ton plus checkout, and a 16 darter to defeat Daryl Pilgrim by 4 legs to 2. And once again, he's the pace setter. He allows Daryl Pilgrim down the stairs because Thornton is at the top step as things stand still. A 93.65 average, 4 out of 4 on the doubles, including that 104 checkout. For Pilgrim, well, he is consigned to the bottom of the table for now. Coming up after the break, we begin the final lap of fixtures. It kicks off with Conan Whitehead. Victory for him will put him on 12 points. He takes on Jeroen Caron.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the fight is still on for first place in Group A. And that place, of course, at finals night on Saturday. There are only 3 fixtures left to play, but there's still some contenders. And that match at the end of the day between Robert Thornton and Colin Osborne looks like it could be decisive. Before that, Conan Whitehead has to take on Jeroen Caron, and Chris Landman meets Daryl Pilgrim. That's after Thornton got the better of Pilgrim, a much-needed victory for Thornton, just stopping a little bit of a slide and fending off the likes of Conan Whitehead, who had beaten Colin Osborne 4-0, maybe done the Thorn a favour there, but has won all 4 of his matches so far. It means that the table looks now like this, with Thornton on top, 2 points clear. He has the advantage, but 3 players on 10 points behind him. We do know that Jeroen Caron and Daryl Pilgrim will be in Group C tomorrow. That action getting underway from 1 p.m, live and exclusive on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. The rest of the players fighting it out, not just for Group B places, 2nd and 3rd, but also for top spot. And Whitehead wants to try and make one of those his own. Right now he takes on Caron in their final match of this group for the pair of them. And the pair talking you through it are Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And it's incredible to think that one player is going to eye up a place in Saturday night's final through winning Group A, and is going to end up playing in Group C tomorrow afternoon. Such has been the tight complexities of this Group A campaign. Whitehead and Caron will round off theirs now. For Caron, well, it was a really, really good first day as far as he was concerned. He went into today
First
3rd in the
leg,
league
it's
stand. It
Conan
never
to
quite
throw
happened for
first.
him on day 2.
Game on.
But he'll be looking up towards his campaign in Group C. As for Whitehead, well, he's got any number of possibilities. Could be played tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night, or not at all.
41.
And Whitehead having beaten Osborne 4-0, you sense, yes, of course he has to win, but you feel like he still has to win by a scoreline.
100.
Yeah, you've got to post something big here, and the main thing he's going to want to do is make sure he doesn't drop into that Group C.
140.
Group B would be the minimum requirement here, the mathematical benefits of that. If you are unsure with the Super Series, if you are joining us for the first time, there are 5 players that take part in a Group B, and 3 of them will progress.
91.
Much better than the likelihood of 2 from 6 that you get from a Group C campaign.
140.
He's really turned a screw today, hasn't he, Conan? Had it. You could just tell, couldn't you, by the end of yesterday, he was really, really frustrated
83.
with the way things went. But he's made it his mission today to put it right, and to the most part he has. He's won every game so far. The only thing that might just be a bridge too far is the points
81.
gap. But he's doing a good job of trying to rescue it. But he hasn't done a good job there, because that 81 has left 99. We call it the Nina finish, and there might have been some blue flashing lights waving in the
60.
air.
Conan, you require 99.
But he might rescue it. He might put a fake in it. Double 16 to sprinkle the
Game start on the
special
first
sauce.
leg.
1-0.
Conan Whitehead.
1-0 Whitehead of a 99 with all the hundreds
Second
of
leg,
thousands
it's
on
Jeroen
top.
to throw first. Game on. $95.
Having a flick through the socials, and we can see a post from Glenn Durrant, who will be joining us.
140.
Group B tomorrow, sharing the odds that suggest on the performances of Jeroen Caron, who originally was the biggest outsider of the week, that Glenn Durrant is now the most unlikely
98.
player to win the week. He's been installed at 28-1 on the basis of the performances we've seen so far from Caron.
60.
Yeah, Glenn will be part of a Group B that will also feature David Davies,
58.
regular here at the Super Series now, and Paul Hogan, who he's had some battles with on that lakeside stage. Also, in amongst the running, I think a player who's going to go under the radar
60.
a little bit, Von Meulenkamp. He can still provide a mean game or two in there, and we saw it at times last time he was here. Kevin Garcia, who has got an amazing story. We're going to talk more about that when you watch him in action
60.
tomorrow. The man from Merseyside. And Steve Brown, the chairman of the ADC, and the chairman of the JDC,
60.
whose practice and preparations have somewhat been scuppered by a certain Luke Littler, because he's been doing press interviews left, right and centre over the last couple of days. He was on Good Morning Britain this morning. We saw Andy Hamilton on
140.
BBC Breakfast. And Paul Starr's been on the radio as well, one of our MCs here.
140. Jeroen, you require 50.
I don't think he's going to do what Conan Whitehead would probably do in this situation, go for the ball. A much more sensible approach here from Caron.
Game shot on a
And he
second
levels
leg.
up the
Jeroen
fixture.
Caron.
Conan Whitehead needs to win this as big as possible if he wants to have hopes of winning
Third
this
leg,
group.
it's Conan to
I
throw
would even
first.
dare say he can't
Game on.
really be losing another leg.
$58.
Let's just get your assessment of the players in Group C first
57.
going into tomorrow. I mentioned Von Meulenkamp could be a player that could go under the radar. We haven't seen him maybe as much as we have done in previous times, but there's still a good level in there.
81.
Oh, Von Meulenkamp was pushing up towards the top 32 at one point of his career not too long ago. So, absolutely, I do believe he could come here and produce.
60.
Here on the Grapevine, did struggle quite a bit with the action. Was really struggling with the technical side, which is part of a psychological breakdown.
40.
But when you've got that quality in you, it can come out at any time, and we may see it once again from Meulenkamp this week and have a much better 24.
Do you think that could also
44.
be a case with Glenn in the respect of, we know obviously everything that's happened, but we saw a performance at the match play.
See, I want to make
85.
jokes because that's what me and Glenn do, but I think Glenn is coming into this with no expectation, and I think he's coming into this with,
60.
and I don't think he'll get much out of it. I really don't. And the reason I don't is because the amount of work that guy's been doing over the last 6 weeks, darts has been so far pushed down the
134.
pecking order that I don't think he's going to be coming here prepared.
We'll touch upon that point again in the next leg. Whitehead 103 to go 2-1 to the good here against Jeroen
100.
Caron. Remember,
Conan,
he
you
needs
require
to win to stand a
103.
chance of staying in the race. But we could do with a big win to help his legs difference. He's going to get a dart, a double 16.
71.
Well, he's had an effective ton topper in the 99. He couldn't take out the 103. Go high.
160.
That was very high.
Conan, you
It'll
require
do.
32.
If this doesn't go for Co, double 8.
Game shot on
2-1.
the
You
third
can hear the
leg.
wall
Conan
from Whitehead. Just want to go back to your point in the previous leg.
Fourth
When you
leg,
say
it's
he won't
Jeroen
get
to
out
go
of it,
first.
maybe what he'd expect. What
Game
do you
on.
think Glenn is looking to gauge? We know he's got the World Seniors Championship coming up next month.
It all depends how it starts for Glenn.
70.
This reminds me so much of about 6 months ago when I myself come and played in this. Ironically, Glenn Durrant commentated that week. Now we're going to flip revolve.
56.
But we had a chat beforehand, and Glenn said to me, he goes, "What do you expect from this? What do you want to happen?" And I says, "Do you know what, Glenn?" I said, "Honestly, I don't know what's going to happen. I've got no expectations. I
57.
ended up winning the group." I feel that could be very similar with Glenn. he's going to come in here tomorrow, and he's not going to know how he feels until you get into battle.
92.
And then you'll know within the first couple of legs how it's going to go. That first game tomorrow is going to be crucial for Glendoran.
59.
Can it also feel alien for him because he's going on the other side? It's a little bit like a prison guard becoming a cellmate, that you're going on the other side of it, and there's a trepidation that you're going on to the
92.
other side of things.
Glenn's going to enjoy that. And he's a wind-up merchant. He's going to love it in that practice room. And it just gives you that vibe, the juices get flowing again, the
95.
excitement. I can't describe the fun you have when you feel good in a practice room.
24.
Before you ask, we've put the trophy under lock and key because the last pundit to have paraded themselves around a practice room was taking all the equipment with us.
135.
Caron here, what a crit to take the fourth. And this is bad news for Whitehead. He needs every leg he can muster. And it looks like
5.
the white flag for Whitehead will be
Jeroen,
waved
you
in this
require
one.
85.
Doesn't have to attack it. The treble 10 for Tots was the ploy.
45.
Well, he was all the way to the
40.
right, then he goes all the way to the
Jeroen, you
left, and over
require
adjustment there for
40.
Whitehead. And score of, well, his last 9 darts. Only scoring
Getting shot on
69
a 4
points.
flag. Jeroen Caron.
Gonna have to up that in this leg. Caron levels things up.
And if it carries on this way,
5th flag. It's Conan to throw first.
a bit like Peter Pan,
Game on.
Conan Whitehead's second dart to the right may see him end up in the morning. But maybe he's adorning.
Don't you just love darts? He
123.
scores 69 points in 9 darts and then opens treble 20, treble 20. What a sport. That 5, though, something that's sort of
42.
gone out of the game in recent years. Not people hitting 5, but the way that things are called. Wouldn't be too many years back, the referees would have gone 5 scored.
58.
They'd always call it that way. 5 scored.
I mean, there's still 1 or 2 that do, but it's not as pronounced, is it now?
No, now you just give it them, don't they? Go 5.
95.
I believe Russ Bray and Kirk Bevins still say scored at the end of a low score, like 5 scored.
140.
It'd be interesting to get a referee's take on where that adapted and where that seeped out of the refereeing game.
$85.
Whitehead looking to set up for 3-2. You sense it to give himself the best opportunity. He's going to have to win 4-2.
100.
Do you mean a hold here and a break in the next?
$99. Conan, you require
6
80.
from here. Double 10 for 14 dart leg. 15 will
Getting shot on
do
a
to
5th
lead
flag.
3-2.
Conan Whitehead.
Whitehead a leg away for the match as he G's himself up.
6th flag. It's Jeroen to throw first. Game on.
Being supported once again this week in Portsmouth by his partner Shirley and daughter Ada.
83.
And he's been one of those players that has kind of been on the right side of what once upon a time we called nappy power. Said that when he won the title back in
121.
October 2022, that was his inspiration, and that family was the only reason he's still playing the sport. He contemplated walking away from the game.
83.
But now, wait, winning as much as ever, and you could argue he's in the form of his life.
180.
With darts like that, it's hard to argue.
85.
And now he really is kicking towards the line. He had his little bit of a spell in the middle of the match, but he's come back kicking and fighting, and he could win it with a 10.
1-2-1, 180, 180 for Whitehead.
60.
Give himself a chance to put
Conan, you
himself on
require
12 points
20.
after his 10 fixtures.
Game shot. And the match.
Conan Whitehead
Conan
with
Whitehead.
the perfect day. He puts himself in the picture. It's a happy barbarian who has won 5 from 5 to keep his hopes alive. He'll now sit in the practice room and await his fate. An 89 average, 4 out of 7 when it came to the doubling. Conan Whitehead, a 4-2 victor against Jeroen Caron. Coming up after the break, it's now Chris Landman's turn. If he wins, he moves on to 12 points. He takes on Pilgrim.
Welcome back to the carnage here at the Modus Super Series. There are still 4 players who could make it through this group and only 1 place up for grabs at finals night from it. Pilgrim, though, the favourite, isn't one of them. Chris Landman, his opponent, is, and if he gets a win here, may well catapult himself to the top of the table. Robert Thornton and Colin Osborne, who play in the last match, are the other 2 contenders, apart from Conan Whitehead, who's put himself in the picture, but he would need Landman to lose this game to Pilgrim and then a specific result, 4-2 to Colin Osborne against Robert Thornton. That's the only way Conan Whitehead can get through. So the job for Landman is to get the win and put himself in with a chance. Robert Thornton still very much has it in his hands. He is top of the table ahead of that final match against Osborne. Right, all that's done. I'll hand you back to Henry and Matthew.
Glad you explained it, Murph. Thank you very much indeed. 2 more matches then to go in a Group A, which at a point we thought was quite straightforward. It was going to be Robert Thornton waltzing towards the winning line, but we've got a race in shoe, and The biggest surprise is it
First
doesn't
leg,
involve
it's
that man
Chris to throw
retrieving his last
first.
practice darts, Daryl
Game
Pilgrim,
on.
who at the beginning of the group was a 13-8 favourite to win it, but now can only stop Chris Landman from doing that.
100.
How important is it going to be for Daryl to regroup going into tomorrow?
100.
I probably would be safe in saying he already has. He would have known coming into today that he will
43.
be really stretching in his hopes to try and win this group, and it would have took an almighty miracle in terms of not just his results but other results going his way.
108.
So I think he already has. I think he's already ready for a Group C campaign. He would have probably thought I can maybe get a Group B if I can, but the damage was done on day one for Pilgrim. And I think we're going to see him back up to his normal powers tomorrow.
93.
So we know that Pilgrim and we know that Caron are all going to be in Group C
58.
alongside
Daryl, you require
Munich Camp,
128.
Garcia and Brown. What sort of shape can he set himself up in? He's not going to take out the 128. So Landman back for 160. He's had a 120 so far today.
92. Chris, you require 160.
He may have to take it. His throw's under pressure. Pilgrim's left double 18 after 12. And he's going to get a poke at it.
80. Daryl,
He'll
you
break a
require
throw at a 1-0
36.
lead. But he can't mop up the 99, and so
Chris, you
Landman is
require
presented
80.
with another opportunity. These two have had some real difficulties on the doubles today.
40. Daryl, you require 9.
And maybe that could be a theme of the match.
Game shot on a
But he
first
finds the
leg.
double 4.
Daryl
Nobody
Pilgrim.
misses double 4. Pilgrim leads 1-0 with a break.
Second leg, it's Daryl to throw first. Game on.
I want to ask you a question as a player, Matt. We know Daryl does
100.
the phantom throw. We know that players like Owen Bates does the phantom throw as well.
140.
We've also got the likes of Cam Crabtree that do the same. But can you possibly see telltale signs that maybe if a player is just struggling a little bit, maybe with confidence or with flow or things like that,
55.
they do it a bit more? And as a player, you can pick up on that.
I don't think it's something that really...
108.
When it's something that's in their makeup and something they're doing all the time, absolutely. But if it's something that they just start incorporating randomly, you think, you're just a little bit tight. You're just a little bit unsure about what you're doing here right now. It's just purely just to
41.
try and keep the arm moving and just get used to that extension of keeping the arm straight.
30.
Pilgrim, a three-time weekly winner in this competition, beating Josh Payne, Dom Taylor, and Colin Osborne as well en route to his weekly
105.
successes.
Chris, you require 151.
Landman looks a 151. He looks to land a telling blow,
111.
but the tops just caresses the top wire. Averaging 92.2 at this early stage of the match. Pilgrim looking to hit back.
100. Chris, you
Half the
require
score.
40. Game
But
shot on
Landman
the
breaks
second
back in
leg. Chris
13.
Landman.
This is turning out to be quite the encounter. 1-1.
Third leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on. 45. $100. 140. 134. 55. 97. 80.
Now
Daryl, you
that
require 170.
could be a big moment here. Chris Landman losing the points on the floor means he is no longer on the finish, meaning Daryl Pilgrim now has 6. Because of that bounce out, doesn't need to go for the ball, goes for it anyway.
145.
Could have just laid it up, but he is trying to break the throw here of Landman.
Hit a big fish yesterday. Hit a 164
Daryl,
against
you
Landman
require
yesterday.
25.
Nearly landed another haymaker blow. This is for a breaker throw. 88. 2 4s.
21.
But there's been some faff on the doubles.
you
1 from 8
require
for the
100.
Mr. P. And Landman step in. Tops.
80.
And just underneath for the second.
Daryl, you require 4.
Madhouse. He's been here before today.
2.
And now he's stuck
Chris, you
there.
require 20.
Landman probably cannot believe the opportunity he's been presented with.
Shot on the third leg. Chris Landman.
Landman leads 2-1. The double 5 enough to put him in front. Pilgrim just
Fourth
looks
leg. It's Daryl to throw
aghast
first.
at the back of the stage.
Game on.
That outer ring has not done anything for him all week so far. Because this part of the game
180.
has been picture perfect.
Now just got in my mind of, if he goes on to hit the 9 darter here, how this could be the
140.
greatest 9 darter ever. The begins with the celebration of where has that been? Could just see the clip in my mind.
42. 60. 139. 60. Daryl, you require 140.
140 for Pilgrim.
$60.
So, the level up at 2-2.
180.
And there's going to be pressure on this
Daryl, you
80.
require 80.
Landman threatens the break in 3-1. Going to be 1 dart at tops. Oh my goodness, it caught the flight. But it
shot on the
gave him,
fourth leg.
ironically,
Daryl
the
Pilgrim.
perfect sighter for tops. 2-2, but that was scary.
Andy
Fifth
Hamilton
leg,
is
it's
a player
Chris to
that
throw
actually
first.
uses that
Game on.
little section underneath the treble 20, or his single 20 for tops to stay
100.
completely out the way. I don't think that was the plan there, though, for Pilgrim. There was certainly an element of relief when he hit that tops.
140. 100.
In play markets now move Chris Landman to be
55.
favourite for this match. That will be partly because he's got the advantage of throw here. He's using it well.
100.
You've got the darts in your hand. Just a treble a throw forces the opponent into 12.
129. 45. $99. Chris, you require 156. 100. Daryl, you require
That's a Pilgrim
78.
to break the throw of Landman. Break the heart of Landman, who, defeat here,
Game
will
shot on the
eliminate
fifth
his
flag.
opportunity.
Daryl Pilgrim.
Leave it down to Robert Thornton and Conan Whitehead.
Sixth flag. It's Daryl to throw
Less
first.
Colin Osborne
Game on.
can put in a sizable victory in that final fixture. Still lots of questions to be answered here, and this is what you get with a two-day group, isn't it?
96.
So many possibilities. Colin Osborne will go into that last game
97.
in Group C. Might end up winning the group.
$134. 100. 95.
Pilgrim in the driving seat now. Racing home with his advantage in this one. Landman
140.
won't lie down. Understated winner, the WDF World Championship runner-up. Pilgrim starting to find that consistency. Average up over the 92 now for Pilgrim. That's where we expect him to be.
100. Chris, you require 164.
Can Pilgrim be hoisted by his own petard? The 164 is going to go for Landman. And so
100.
for the
Now
match,
you
Daryl
require
Pilgrim,
76.
76. Double 8 for the match, the 14 dart leg.
Game
And
shot,
Daryl
and the match.
Pilgrim has
Daryl
ousted
Pilgrim.
the hopes of Chris Landman, who is going to have to do it on Thursday and Friday to progress through to Saturday night's final. His hopes have been banished by Mr. P, who gets a W to end a tumultuous Group A campaign. A 4-2 win for the man from South Croydon with a 92.68 average and 4 out of 14 on the doubling. Coming up after the break, it all comes down to Thornton against Osborne.
And so it all comes down to this here at the Super Series. The two players on stage battling it out for Group A victory. But there is a little twist in the story as well, because Conan Whitehead, waiting in the practice room, can also still win this group. This is a quite remarkable finale to the first week back after the new year, and 2024 off with a bang. Some thrills and spills have been had in this group, and some may still be to come. I'll put you in the picture. Robert Thornton will win the group if he wins this match, or indeed if he loses it in a last leg decider. He needs 3 legs to make P1 his own. Colin Osborne will win the group if he wins 4-0 or 4-1. But a 4-2 win for Osborne means that Conan Whitehead would win the group, and he would do it by virtue of leg difference in head-to-head matches with that opponent. Of course, he had a 4-0 win against Osborne earlier on. So this is it. Which of the 3 will it be? Will it be one of the 2 on the stage, or one sitting back watching? And sitting watching in commentary are Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
And so it all comes down to this. Game 30 of 30 in Group A is the decider. 2 players on stage, 1 lurking behind the scenes, probably peering behind the curtains here at the Live Lounge. A World Seniors champion, a Championship League winner, and a former MODUS Super Series champion are all in the picture, all in the fold in this Group A finale.
There are 7 possible
First leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
in this fixture, of which 4 of the score lines will give us different outcomes.
87.
Wow. Not only to put that into place, we're talking about that in terms of the winner of this group, we've also got the destiny of the player as well, because Colin Osborne doesn't get this win. Not only will
100.
Robert Thornton win the group, but that puts Colin Osborne into a Group C campaign. We will tick them off one by one, all the
100.
different possibilities, until we're left with the final outcome. And we know the fate of the players. We know the fate of Jeroen Caron. We know the fate of Daryl Pilgrim. They're going to be going to Group C.
140.
Of all the players in Group A,
137.
only Conan Whitehead has not topped the group. And the one time he may top it is the time it matters most.
140.
But Osborne's left himself 1-2-1. He's threatening the Thornton break. He needs to find a break
99.
A to win the match.
Colin, you require
But remember,
121.
he needs to win by a score. By a big, considerable score, 4-1. This could be the first step upon that path if he can find the bullseye.
96.
And every opportunity that
Robert, you
Robert
require
gets
78.
is a lifeline that Colin is about to lose.
Well, Colin can lose 1 leg, he can't lose 2.
38. Colin, you require 25.
Got a chance here to break the throw.
Two 8s for the break. Thornton left lurking on tops, which has been a friend
17.
to him, and he's going
Robert,
to
you
get a
require
go.
40. No score.
He couldn't put them any closer, and that extra
Colin, you
life
require
that Colin
8.
Osborne's got in this game still is activated.
Game shot on a first leg. Colin Osborne.
3 legs. Is all
Second
Thornton
leg,
needs
it's
to
Colin to throw
confirm
first.
his place.
Game on.
Part 1 done for Osborne. And now he tries to hammer home the advantage of
125.
throwing leg 2. Must be pumping at around about 100 beats plus a minute right now.
97. 40.
Just a reminder of the scenario. Thornton needs 3 legs to go through. Osborne needs 4-0 or 4-1. But if Osborne wins 4-0, Conan Whitehead through the back door gets through.
100. 123.
He gets through on legs difference, Whitehead, if he does, on a head-to-head record against Colin Osborne over 2 games. The first game was won 4-3 by Colin Osborne, but Whitehead today won 4-0. That was the lackluster game that Osborne played,
61.
and it could well cost him big time.
$59. Colin, you require 118.
118 for Osborne to double his lead.
58.
He's got time. He had a set-up turn, but now Thornton applies the pressure.
95.
Forces
Colin, you
this to be a
require
must
60.
hit, as is everything in this scenario for the Wizard.
Could be halfway to victory with the extra life still intact.
$50. Robert, you require 88.
Can he dish out the punishment? He's got 2 darts. And the extra life has gone
Shot
for
at the
Colin
second leg,
Osborne.
Robert
It
Thornton.
needs to be perfect from this point. It always makes you wonder, does he know the scenario?
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first.
When he looked over
Game
to the
on.
monitor at the side of the stage, he raised his eyebrows. He has to be perfect.
85. 100.
And the worrying thing, as far as Osborne is concerned, is he's going to have to break Robert Thornton
85.
twice to get that 4-1 win.
And it makes you think that the Conan Whitehead possibility of getting through at 4-2
90.
just becomes a little bit more likely the way this game is unfolding.
59.
If that happens, we need to know what Conan's lottery numbers are tonight.
$59.
Has that just knocked the stuffing out of Osborne? I wonder whether he thought he had to win
31.
4-0. But just look at the body language here. It looks like the body language of a man who just feels drained, as if the destiny's gone out of his hands. Look, he's always going to dig in. Colin always does.
95.
Well, certainly that dart at tops looked like a very pressured dart. He pulled it very low. It was a poor dart for Osborne, looking to take a 2-0 lead here against Robert Thornton.
59. Colin, you require 157.
This is a very steady pace. Still advantage Osborne here to re-break the throw of Robert Thornton.
93.
64 points away then for what would be the third consecutive breaker throw at the beginning of the match. And a 2-1 lead for the
Colin, you
Wizard.
require 64.
Another. Tops. Dragged below.
44.
And this
Robert, you require 125.
is the point of no return for Osborne. It's still on. Triple 20 bull. Bullseye for Thornton to knock Osborne out.
in one of the most fortunate finishes you'll see all
100.
year.
Colin, you require 20.
Osborne allowed a 7th visit to the board here to get the breaker throw of Robert Thornton, and he
Shot on the
keeps
third
his
leg,
hopes
Colin
alive.
Osborne.
We do have another permutation here now. If Colin Osborne is to win
Fourth leg, it's Colin
one
to
more
throw
leg
first.
in this
Game
match,
on.
that will eliminate Conan Whitehead from the possibility of winning the group.
$96. 60.
Tenth times. And a tenth visit there for Thornton. You may just be seeing it slip away.
$60. $100. $41.
Thornton to be
70.
disappointed there. He could have really wrestled the ascendancy on the Osborne throw. But as we have it, it's still advantage Osborne. Do another.
85.
And that slit could change everything. Every dart is an event right now.
104.
Good use of the board there from Robert Thornton to leave himself on a finish, but you'd still rather be Colin Osborne in this position, thinking that you're more likely to have 6 darts here at the 219. Beautiful setup play there from
Robert, you
Colin
require
Osborne.
167.
And a pull there from Robert Thornton. He is really
41.
finding this game a struggle.
Colin,
He
you
did the
require
same in the
84.
last fixture yesterday, averaging the mid-70s, exactly where he is in this one. To land a big blow. It could be dealt a big blow. The double
Game
6
shot on the
lands for
fourth
Colin
leg,
Osborne.
Colin
He is a
Osborne.
leg away. If Colin Osborne wins this leg, he wins
Fifth
the
leg,
group.
it's Robert to throw first.
If he loses this leg,
Game on.
he can no longer win the group, but Conan Whitehead can win the group. Every leg from here will give us a different winner potentially.
60.
We are at the Bermuda Triangle point in the group. Every outcome is possible, no matter how unlikely at one point it may have seemed. And Thornton's gone off dry,
100.
and Osborne now has taken the throw. He needs a big visit. He finds 2 trebles.
140.
What can you say about the fighting spirit of Robert Thornton?
It's madness, isn't it? We've got potentially 3 legs
81.
of darts, and every one of them will give us a different winner.
$83.
And as Thornton just opened up the door again for Osborne, just when he put himself in a position to take the ascendancy in this leg.
$100.
So 9 darts thrown in this leg. Thornton 218, looking to set up. Looking to set up perfectly.
120.
But that is a bounce out at the worst time.
Not for the first time as well this week that he's lost a big dart. That would have left him on a single dart. The double 19.
$85.
That gives him
Robert,
hope.
you require 98.
Remember, winning this leg for Robert Thornton will eliminate the possibility of Colin Osborne being
Getting
able
shot
to
on the
win this
fifth
group.
leg, Robert
And that
Thornton.
98 finish has eliminated Colin Osborne as potential Group A winner. It now gives us
Sixth
two
leg, it's Colin to throw
possibilities.
first. Game on.
If Robert Thornton wins this leg, breaks the throw of Colin Osborne, he is through. If he doesn't, your Group A winner
87.
will come from a man who isn't even on the stage, who has spent most of the time in this Group A campaign in positions 5 and 6, Conan Whitehead.
108.
But look at Thornton go. He's hit a max to begin leg 6, a leg that if he wins, he goes through to Saturday night. Whitehead began the day 5th in the table. Osborne just steps back. Don't know what's happening, but Osborne has just taken a second to step back, and Robert looks just as confused. Not quite sure what the scenario is, but Osborne visibly not happy with something. Robert looking behind him as well. Don't know what's going on here, but both players look a little bit irked on the stage. And I tell you what, considering the scenario, after that first start, to then come back and hit 2 trebles, speaks a lot about Osborne. But Thornton for a second was threatening the 9.
95. $122.
What a leg. Wouldn't benefit Colin Osborne winning this leg. It'd benefit him in the sense that he would not be going into
Colin,
Group
you
C.
require 152.
Would book himself a place in Group B, relegating Chris Landman down into the afternoon shift.
This to send Whitehead through. Can Thornton seal his place with the fish?
82. Robert, you require 170.
To send himself through to Saturday night. It's not going to happen. And so Colin Osborne, who is effectively
58.
now throwing for Conan
Colin, you require
Whitehead,
70.
70 for the match. He can't go through, but he can send Whitehead in. It's going to have to be the bullseye for the match. It's Whitehead's favourite double.
45.
And it was nearly the one that sent
Robert,
him
you
through to
require
Saturday night,
112.
courtesy of Colin Osborne. Treble 20, double 16. Thornton has a dart to qualify. He finds a
shot on the sixth leg,
112
Robert
to send
Thornton.
himself through to Saturday night's final. And for a 10th time, Robert Thornton is a
Seventh and
Super
final
Series
leg. It's Robert to
finalist.
throw first. Game on.
What drama. From 3, we now
96.
have our 1. No one's ever played here as many times as Robert Thornton. Nobody's qualified as many times as Robert
85.
Thornton. 10 appearances, 10 times he's made it through to Saturday night. But now,
96.
his eyes will be set on a different prize. To win it for the first time.
$41.
You have to, in this scenario,
77.
pour your heart out to Colin Osborne and Conan Whitehead, who began the day 4th and 5th in the table respectively. They had big pushes on day 2, but it ended up not being enough.
68.
But there's still importance to this leg. Because
125.
the live league table has Osborne +2, 10 points. Landman +2, 10 points. Osborne, if he loses this leg, moves on to +1. And so from winning the group, he may find himself in Group C.
60. Robert, you require 107.
He's already found a 112. Can he finish off with a 107?
$59.
He's going to come back for the match. He didn't have to win the match, but it would most certainly be the icing on top of the cake for the Thorn. There was a time where it looked like he was
59.
strolling
require
towards Saturday
48.
night. He was made to work for it in the end.
Game
But
shot,
Thornton
and the
finds
match,
tops, and
Robert
he is the man
Thornton.
at the top of the group. The Scot wins the lot. He is into Saturday night for a record 10th time. Colin Osborne had the opportunity to do so himself. He misses out. He then couldn't back for Conan Whitehead, who was also in the picture. Thornton, a 4-3 winner against Colin Osborne, and so it's going to be the Scot that progresses through to Saturday night's final at the expense of Whitehead, at the expense of Osborne, who is now consigned to Group C because on legs difference, Chris Landman now finishes above him in that 3rd spot and a place in tomorrow night's darts. And so it is Jeroen Caron and Daryl Pilgrim who will be joining Osborne in C. Chris Landman and Conan Whitehead will be playing Group B darts tomorrow night. But your group winner is Robert Thornton, courtesy of a 4-3 win against Colin Osborne.
He certainly is, yeah. Have you ever seen an end to a group like that? There was something special, wasn't it?
Jeopardy was the first word I used when we looked at this 2-day Group A with that one position available, and wow, I loved that. Going into that last game, 7 possible outcomes in a game where we're playing first to 4, and we had 4 different possibilities coming out of it. It was a really, really intriguing game. Colin Osborne was a dart away, missed a dart of the ball to win the group, and now he's going to go into Group C. So that just shows you how tightly contested this group was.
Yeah, it certainly does. Right, let's take a recap at the results today. Now, Robert Thornton's got there in the end. He won his first match 4-0, and then there was a little drop in the middle. It started to look like it might slip away, but he's come back firing in the end there, hasn't he?
Yeah, and that's what Robert Thornton's very good at, and that's what Robert Thornton's done over the years. He's just a born winner. He just keeps winning. He knows how to get over the line, whether he's playing well or whether he's not. He just finds a way to get that victory.
He certainly does, and he's actually joined us now. Robert, congratulations. You showed that fight that you so often do, and you threw to a 10th finals night here at the Super Series.
Yeah, as you said, I won the first game 4-0 and then couldn't find nothing. It was like trying to shoot fish in a barrel, and nothing was going. And then the last couple of games, I started finding a little rhythm.
Yeah, it certainly did. How have you felt coming into it in this new year? Played some good stuff yesterday as well, 4 out of 5.
It is. It's been good. I mean, if you look at the group that we've been in we're only playing 2 days, and it's a hard group. Do you know what I mean? And we've all come in there and just enjoyed ourselves.
It's looked like it as well. You'll enjoy this. We're going to show you the league table. There you are at the top. Now, were you aware of all the permutations going into that last match?
No. Colin and I were sitting in the back and we thought, do you know what? We'll just got to be able to play with that. Whoever wins, wins, and whoever goes through, goes through.
And there was moments in the match it looked like he might win. He's ended up finishing 4th. He's going to be in Group C tomorrow now.
I know, it's mad. I mean, he's probably been one of the most steadiest players through this past couple of days, and he's sitting in 4th, and he's got to come in tomorrow morning, which is mad.
It certainly is.
We had a conversation in Skegness last year, and I was commentating on your week then. And going into that, I says, what can you give me, Robin? You say, it's about time I win one. Is that still the same message here?
Yeah. I mean, I've made umpteen Saturday nights. I've not won one. I want to win it. I really do want to win it. I mean, I won one Saturday night, and it was before they brought in Champions Week. It was when it was in Southampton. And, yeah, I want to win one here.
Well, let's have a look at how the groups are breaking down for the rest of the week. Look, you know where you're going. Saturday night.
Yeah, I've got 2 days off. I'm quite happy.
Yeah, we'll get that for you a little bit later. But yeah, you're a couple of days off. Is that important for you? Is that the kind of thing that, look, you always tell us you don't want to hear the questions about not getting through Saturday, but winning Group A, getting those 2 days off, does that suit you?
Well, I'm one of them players. I'd rather be playing all 5 days. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if it's old school or something like that. I think sometimes the 2 days off puts a lot of players off. Do you know what I mean?
I agree. I've done the same. I've won the Group A.
Me,
and had the same
preferably, I'd rather have lost today and still played Thursday, Friday. And it's only for the match practice, if you know what I mean. Not guaranteed you're going to get through, but it's still in your head you're good enough to get through anyway. Do you know what I mean? So I'm just one of them. I like playing all the time.
So how will you address that? Will you go and have a throw the next couple of days somewhere? Make sure you keep the arm loose?
Well, to be honest with you, I've got a board up in the room. So over the next couple of days, yeah, I'll have my little lie in. I'll go for breakfast. And I'll keep practicing.
Right, let's have a little chat about something else, because there's something else going on today, isn't there? There's a certain final at the World Championship, and it involves, well, a couple of players that you'll know quite well. Luke Humphries, of course, same management team, and Luke Littler, who really impressed on this stage.
Yeah, I think it swings and roundabouts at the minute. I think the press could kill Luke. I also think that if he wins it, yeah, fair on him, fair play, but I think it could damage his career getting put in the Premier League at this early stage. I mean, he's not played a pro tour, whereas 106 average you could still lose. Do you know what I mean? So it's how he's going to deal with that, and it's how, I don't know, it's his mentality.
You got any thoughts on who you think will win the match tonight?
I think it's going to be very close. I think it's going to be a very quick game, but my money's on Luke Humphries.
There we go, Matt.
Do you want to know something sickening as well as the
What's that,
seniors world champ? Combined age of the World Championship finalists, 44.
I wished I was.
It kind of brings me on to my final question as well. Look, we've got that World Championship tonight. You're also gearing up for a defence of your world title. Seniors, you've won it twice. This is perfect preparation, isn't it, for next month?
Yeah, I mean, I've to be honest with you, coming into this week, I never really lifted my darts. I haven't practiced. I've had a little bit of trouble with my arm. I'm still getting pains when I throw, but it's one of them, innit? I put some deep heat on, I'll practice, I'll work through it, and if it's good enough on the day, then I'll retain the Worlds.
Well, it was certainly good enough this day. Thanks for your company, Matt. Well done, Robert. We'll see
Thank
you
you
once again on Saturday. Yep, the big match, of course, tonight in the world of darts, but the big player at the Super Series so far this week and through to finals night is Robert Thornton.